never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Well, looky there. We cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern Time Zone. Welcome in. Welcome aboard. Everybody jump on in here. We are looking at a Friday. Here comes the weekend. Yes, TGIF. First, we got to get to that 8th day of October, though. That's what we're rolling into. Hope you've had a good week. Heard them saying week number 5 of the NFL got underway, and I have not yet seen who won that game yet. Meanwhile, welcome in. We look at some of our travelers' weather around the country. Throughout the week, we've been talking about torrential rains, the fire hose effect, as they refer to it, flowing into the southeastern USA. Things have turned deadly in parts of Alabama. With the days of torrential rainfall, widespread flooding in the southeast, the death toll now at least 4 dead in Alabama. Alabama particularly hard hit by this stormy pattern, and forecasters say more rain is on the way. I'm looking here, the Shelby County coroner confirming 2 deaths Thursday afternoon after floodwaters swept away a vehicle in Hoover, Alabama, about 15 miles south of Birmingham on Wednesday. Victims were 2 23-year-olds, according to authorities. Officials with the Marshall County Coroner's Office confirming early Thursday 2 had died from flash flooding in the city of Arab, about 60 miles northeast of Birmingham. One of those victims, tragically a 4-year-old girl, whose body was found late Wednesday. The body of an 18-year-old woman was recovered about 7 o'clock Thursday morning. So working with law enforcement, fire personnel on both incidents to ensure the families are notified. No additional information. According to the coroner's office, Birmingham has received more than an inch of rain every day since October 3rd, and more heavy rain fell on Wednesday. They actually had to issue a rare flash flood emergency Wednesday night that lasted through Thursday morning for Birmingham and Pelham, Alabama. Numerous water rescues, flooded roads reported. The Pelham Fire Department said it received more than 280 calls for service. 82 individuals had to be rescued from their homes. Another 15 to 20 rescues from vehicles were recorded. Birmingham picking up 2 3/4 inches of rain Wednesday, pushing the city's monthly total to more than 7.5 inches. Now, that city normally picks up maybe 3.3 inches of rain in the entire month of October. Numerous water rescues, people trapped in cars, rescued by fire departments, police departments. Damage reports trees on homes, trees on roadways. And it's really across the Birmingham metro area. According to the emergency management director there, Jim Coker, he added crews are going to be out checking the damage for infrastructure throughout the day this past day. The AP reporting several feet of water flooding streets in the southern Alabama town of Bruton and East Bruton. Water also inundated several businesses in that area. During this past week, we have been seeing anywhere from widespread 2 to as much as 8 inches of rain across parts of the southeast. More than a foot of rain reported from Monday through Thursday from some of the unofficial rain gauges at Panama City Beach there in Florida, as well as South Birmingham, Alabama, at Hoover and Pelham. Forecasters say this threat of heavy rain will slowly shift eastward as we make our way through the end of the week here. Eyes must also turn to an area of interest just off the Atlantic coast for potential tropical development. There's a plume of tropical moisture in the southeast that's going to slowly begin to pivot eastward throughout the evening and through the day Friday. Now, that moisture's been streaming from the Gulf of Mexico as well as westward from the Atlantic Ocean. That's led to the repeated nature of rain, along with 2 areas of tropical moisture that's been enhancing that rainfall. All right, since air cannot get through the mountains, it's forced to rise. You've had lifting from some of the higher terrain that enhances the intensity of the rainfall. Now, rain will be lighter in some of the waterlogged areas of Alabama and western Florida. It'll take until later today for the dry weather to return in the central and eastern Florida panhandle. Rain's not expected to come to an end there till probably Friday night or Saturday. Pensacola, Florida, 11.23 inches of rain already this month. About 3 inches of rain falling on October the 4th alone. As of Thursday, this past day, Pensacola has reported a whopping 21.8 inches of rain over the past 30 days. That's the wettest on record for that calendar period, they tell us. And the numbers are big elsewhere. Columbus, Georgia, 13.2 inches. Pascagoula, Mississippi, 12.5 inches. Athens, Alabama, just shy of a foot of rainfall there. As the rain begins to shift offshore, there's already going to be an area of showers and thunderstorms off the coast. That's why forecasters are closely monitoring the western Atlantic for this cluster of showers and thunderstorms to become better organized, they tell us. Now, even as tropical waves coming off the coast of Africa are less likely to develop once we get into this part of the hurricane season, it's where they focus on the nearshore waters of the Atlantic this time of year. There are a few factors working against development with the tropical low that's right now east of the Carolinas. A lot of vertical wind shear prohibiting development, and that's going to continue through the day today. But then once we get into the weekend, wind shear is supposed to lighten up, decrease, could see some development there. Meanwhile, we're going to begin focusing on a potential, this is the time of year where they have it's kind of like a second severe weather season. You always have that big severe weather season coming out of winter into the spring, the clash of the air masses. This is the time of year. It's the second severe weather season. Yes, a very warm, tranquil start to the month for the south central states. This lull in severe weather is soon going to be coming to an end. We've got a disturbance in the upper levels of the atmosphere that's going to move through the west this weekend and spur the development of a potent storm in the south central USA. Many locations across the southern plains, starting the month of October, warmer than normal. And this unseasonable heat is going to build over the region late this week. That's going to make it even more susceptible to explosive storm activity, they tell us. Cool, dry air out of the Rockies is going to clash in the southern plains with the warm, moist air coming out of the Gulf of Mexico. That's going to be the battleground, as I said, the clash of the air masses leading to severe weather. While thunderstorms begin to rumble to life probably early in the day Sunday, the most potent storms develop later Sunday afternoon, even closer to Sunday evening. These storms are forecast to push eastward into the overnight hours, may even remain hazardous into early Monday morning. The bullseye zone, I guess as you'd call it, of severe weather late this weekend includes portions of northeastern Texas, eastern Oklahoma, southeastern Kansas, and western Arkansas. So multiple major metropolitan areas in that area of greatest concern. Forecasters urging residents, places like Oklahoma City and the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, travelers along large portions of I-30, 35, I-40, need to closely monitor the weather for rapidly changing conditions coming up on Sunday. At this point, it looks like all facets of severe weather will be in the mix: flooding downpours, damaging winds, hail, isolated tornadoes may accompany some of the strongest storms on Sunday. Anyone in the south central states needs to pay close attention to the forecast. Small changes in the forecast area and storm intensity may occur. While the bulk of this severe weather is predicted to be later Sunday into Monday, this can present some additional dangers. Residents in the path of these potent storms, severe weather that occurs during the overnight hours, as we well know, presents additional hazards. A large portion of the population sleeping. So it's important for people at risk to make sure you have multiple ways to receive those life-saving weather alerts. You may need to find shelter in a moment's notice. So storm damage, including downed trees, power lines, flooded roadways, can be difficult or impossible to spot in the dark. If you must be traveling during the severe weather, allow plenty of extra travel time and plan on some alternate routes in case certain roadways become actually impassable. So there's a breakdown of our travelers' weather around the country as we roll into a Friday. Great to have you with us. Who's checking in out of the box here via our Facebook and YouTube feeds? Hank is on board. Great to have you with us. There's old Scotty. This is actually his Monday. He said, I hate Mondays. 007 checking in from Rockford, Illinois at this hour. Let's see. The cue ball said there's, something going through Nashville. Okay, that's Cookie checking in. Hello to all the truckers out there. There's Tall Boy checking in, wishing everyone safe travels tonight. Bama checking in from Walnut, Mississippi, heading to Alabama. Listening to the podcast of yesterday's show, talking about meat shortages, skyrocketing prices. Yeah, I currently haul raw chicken from plant to plant, and I've been staying pretty busy. Anyway, everybody have a splendid day. Yeah, we've got more. We'll touch on that this morning, as a matter of fact. Is it just me, or does it seem like we're running out of everything in this country? Yes, indeed. Let me see here. Morning all from Southwest Ohio. Marlene is on board. Copy in the mail, Chevy Guy. Good to have you with us. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve, and a shout out to the Carolina Monkey Gouger. Checking in from North Dakota this morning. Hello to the Drug Runner. Morning, Steve, and all the listeners out there. 63 degrees clear in Nashville. Yeah, great night to find yourself a nice parking spot to rest in Nashville. Eskimo Mom on board. Happy Friday. Playing in off and on showers here in northern Kentucky. 68 degrees. And yes, I did get your update there, Eskimo Mom. The suspect that we were talking about throughout the overnight hours, the search that had been ongoing after an officer was shot in Sydney, was finally captured about 3 o'clock in the afternoon Thursday. So that was a good, 18-hour manhunt that took place up there. The oddity was he was only about a block away. He was in a home about a block away from the police station. He's right there in the heart of the law enforcement hiding out there. So, yeah, he is now in custody. Great to have you on board. Our number, 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. And here on a Friday morning, always pleased to welcome in the boss man, Chris Gabrelchik, will be joining us right after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Yes, indeed. And we got a Friday coming on, working our way into it, time zone to time zone. I was just scouring through some of the other messages real quick here. Let me throw out Charlie apparently just found the show after a long respite. He said, love the program. I said, I just found this feed. When I took my local job, your son, Stephen, was actually in Germany. You're going back a few years there, Charlie. He said, I believe Lauren caught a flight to Germany. Yes, she did. Now we've got grandbabies. Boy, when did I get old? That's about right. But how many years? The years are flying by. Yeah, grandbaby number 1 with Stephen is now, I believe, 7. And, the newest, little one, working toward 2 years old. Well, welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. How we doing, Chris? I did hit the unmute, did I not? Let's see here. Host in queue. There you go. Maybe I hit that one. Try that. Morning, Chris.
All right.
There we
How
go.
about now?
How's that? We got you.
Good morning. How you doing?
Welcome in. Yeah, happy Friday. How's things been going? Great to have you with us as always.
It's great to be here. I look forward to this like my favorite day of the month now.
Yeah, well, we were looking forward to you last weekend. I understand you had some sort of a very important business meeting last Friday morning, so it's great to have you with us here for the second Friday in October.
I know it sneaks up on me so quickly, I just can't believe it. But we're here, talk about all the new products coming out, everything going on here at LSI. The show's going well. It sounds like you're doing great.
Yes, everything going good on my end. Yep, looking forward to the weekend. I'm nothing really big in the plans. Just kind of quiet. Fall is here. It's that time of year where I'm out there actually mulching leaves. Believe it or not.
That's hard to believe. That's hard to believe. And I know you don't like fall. That's not your favorite time of the year.
And I hate winter. So I can tolerate fall, but yes, it's just what's coming. You know what's on the horizon. Matter of fact, I mean, yeah, we'll get to in our next Traveler's weather update. They're looking at a pretty significant winter storm that's going to be impacting our friends out in the Northwest coming up here in the coming days. Are you ready for old man winter?
I am not, and we haven't had that many leaves falling yet, so I'm still enjoying the warm afternoons and the cool evenings. So I'm hoping that we have a long fall and it takes winter a good bit to get here.
Let's knock on wood. So what's new at LSI? Any big changes over the past months since we last spoke?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of changes inside the building here. We got new offices, a new conference room, some new lab equipment. We've been marching forward as far as expanding the business out. The tire hog that we talked about has been delivered, and we've been working on getting it running. We got some new tanks in. We got a new building. We moved our distribution center because we were bursting at the seams here. So we're moved all the finished goods over there. So just a lot of functional things like that. Product-wise, we've got the gun oil coming out. Finally, it's all been redone, and it should be introduced tomorrow. So that should be exciting. And then, the racing things, I know Kyle, hopefully he'll chime in tonight and give us some updates on that. That's always kind of exciting.
Because this is the wrap-up weekend, matter of fact. Friday, Saturday, he's out there with the final weekend in the Points Series racing with the Outlaw Diesel Series there. And coming into this weekend, the leaders in every division, Chris, are users of Hot Shot Secret products. He's hoping you guys can have a clean sweep of every division with Hot Shot Secret sponsored cars. How cool would that be?
Oh, it's great. That's been his dream that he's been talking about for 4 years. I mean, he's always talked about this clean sweep. If we can get a clean sweep, it just prove us in the whole arena. So this is his chance to do it. It could be big.
Trying to remember where he's going to be this weekend for that final. I'm scrolling down. Rudy's Fall Truck Jam in Julian, North Carolina. Piedmont Dragway. That's the place he'll be. So I guess he probably left out this past day, right? He should be down there now.
I would think he'd be down there now because he wasn't here at the office today, and he said he's leaving on Wednesday. So he's probably there, and I think we're going toe-to-toe with the AMSOIL car, and that should be a exciting thing because we've been waiting to pull this off, and I think there's been complications all season, but now they're finally going toe-to-toe. The Hot Shot Secret truck versus the AMSOIL car.
Oh, boy. So, yeah, that'll be big. Yeah, Kyle's down there with this. He's got the vendor booth, so if you're going to make it down to the raceway Friday, Saturday, it's kind of the grand finale of the season. Make sure to stop by, say hello to Kyle, and cheer on the Hot Shot Secret sponsored cars there. Meanwhile, so we always get Chris on to talk about what's going on with Hot Shot Secret. We'll get into some of the updates on what's going on with the whole Tire Hog program for those who may not be familiar with that. As I just shared, Charlie just found the program here in recent days. Little by little, that's our fans are finding us, Chris.
I know. We've been, those of you that don't know, Chad Highland is kind of the producer, and he's been working on things in the background. And we're starting to get some traction with some national distribution. We're starting to talk to some radio stations that are talking about putting us on. So, between you and all the great, callers and listeners, we're getting a lot of people excited about it. So I think this next phase will be, the layout of the distribution network so that we can get the Overnight Drive show everywhere in the country. That's our next goal.
One day at a time, as they say, right? Okay, let's see. Would you like to jump right into the calls this morning? We got some folks that have been kind of chomping at the bit to chat with you. So let's take you right down to the land down under first, because I know it's kind of a long distance call for Sylvester. What's going on, Sylvester?
Very, 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 very far away call. Very far away call.
Yes.
Please hold Mr. Sommers. Hey, how are you guys doing?
Good.
We're doing great. How's everything down in Australia, buddy?
It's beautiful, man. I love the lockdown, especially a 4-month lockdown. It's just, look, when you can't leave the area that you live, it's a beautiful thing. Oh, man, I'm dying to get onto my boat. I'm dying to go take the 4-wheel drive into the bush somewhere. I just got to get out of town, man.
I would feel your frustration. We don't have that problem here, and I hope we don't get to that point. But, I've seen a video. Maybe you can help some. Sylvester, I've seen a video of them taking kids from somebody to give them vaccines. And it was one of those things where I was passing through the room, and it was on something. Then I went online to find it. I couldn't find it. Did that happen, or was it my imagination?
That is not what was going on. If you notice what was going on, there was a woman, and they held her back, and they took the child. That actually was a non-custodial parent that was going to be arrested, but they were removing the child from her. And then somebody's taken that video and said, they're taking children away to be vaccinated. That is not what was happening in that video. So this is why I tell people, when you see things on social media, believe about 5% of it.
Well, this wasn't even on social media. This was like on Newsy or something. It was one of those, TV stations that you get online. And I was passing through and I seen it, and they were talking about that. And then later on, I thought, man, was that fake news or not? And then I searched for it and I couldn't find it. So now I got the real story. See, it helped to have connection.
Yeah. My wife actually showed that to me. And she had somebody forward it to her. Look what's happening in Victoria. This mother had her child taken over. They're forcing these children to get vaccinated. That is not happening. That is not happening. Children are not being taken away from their parents to have them vaccinated. That is not happening. All right. But in saying that, they've got their, last time I called Steve, we talked about this quote-unquote roadmap to freedom. Steve, do you need to go on to break?
We got a couple minutes here before we hit the bottom of the hour.
Oh, okay. I didn't know whether or not you had the 20-minute break you needed to go to. So what's happening over here is they've got their quote-unquote roadmap to freedom. First off, there's no such thing as freedom in Australia anyway, but everything that you do has to be, permitted by the government. So what they're doing is the first step begins on Monday, and that's because we've passed 70% vaccination rate. And then the next step is 80%, which is supposed to be sometime later in the month or up to as late as end of November. But, and then fully opened by the 1st of December. Contingent to a variety of contingencies like the infection rate dropping. Well, it's really grown down, well, where Melbourne is, which is the second largest city. It's reduced some here where I live in New South Wales, which is where Sydney is. But it has nothing to do with the vaccination. They're getting breakthrough cases here all the time, and they're still scratching their head about that until they finally realize it doesn't stop you from getting sick. But anyway, in saying all that, I'm not vaccinated. I was asked twice, once by a customer and once by someone I work with, have you had the jab, as they call it, which I refuse to call it that. Am I vaccinated? And essentially, I didn't answer the customer because it's none of their business. The team member that I was talking to, my coworker, I just said, I don't really talk about that. She asked me, well, you asked me. And I said, well, no, I'm not. And I said, the only way that I will is when it becomes an absolute mandate that I'm required to, or I don't work. And if I do get it, I'm going to get the Moderna because it's the only one that is actually effective. The Pfizer and the AstraZeneca aren't as effective as the Moderna. In fact, there's a huge difference between them. And also it has the lowest rate of complications. A young woman that I work with got the Pfizer on Monday. She's 19 years old, and she's currently in hospital with heart inflammation, and she's very, very unwell. This kid is an athlete, extremely healthy, and she is fighting for her life right now.
Wow.
This is someone that I know personally. So I'm waiting until they tell me I have to. I'm hoping that that'll never happen. But I'm sure it will eventually. I can't see my grandchildren because they live about 120 miles away. I can't even go see them.
Because the government won't let you, or your family won't let you?
They're all on lockdown. Everybody's in lockdown over there. I mean, after all this time, they're still dealing with lockdowns there.
Yep.
So what do they do? They stop you in the street, or?
They actually have people. Okay. So, look, I love the way it is in the States, but I will tell you the technology is there as well. In fact, it was invented in the U.S. They have license plate scanners on every police vehicle, but also on a lot of the cameras that you see that are around. They're actually scanning your license plate. And what they'll do is they scan your license plate. They don't even have to be doing it manually. It's done automatically. And as that happens, they actually can look up and see where you live. All right? If you're outside of the area that is what they call your local government area, they'll pull you over. Oh, sorry. That was Siri talking to me. They'll actually pull you over. It happened to my daughter-in-law. They've moved. They sold their house and they moved, but the kids she was still working in another area and taking the kids to school in that area every day. This is back in July and August. And she got pulled over 3 mornings in a row because she works in that area and they wanted to know why she was traveling. You're not allowed to leave your house, ma'am.
Wow.
Why are you traveling? Yeah. And I haven't been pulled over. I do know other people that have been pulled over. It's draconian, and the thing is so Australians watch a lot of American TV and watch a lot of American YouTube, and they think that they've got the freedom of speech and et cetera, et cetera. They don't. Do you need to go to break, Steve?
Yeah, we got to get our news update, as we refer to it. So, yeah, we'll take care of that business. Be back with Chris Gabrelchik. And, hey, lines available. Jump on in here. It's a Friday morning. Your chance to, Chris likes to talk, lubrication, anything, diagnose problems and things of that nature when it comes to lubrication. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
President Biden will be restoring protections to national monuments that were reduced or removed under the Trump administration. A White House fact sheet about the upcoming changes indicates the protections will be restored for places like Bears Ears and Grand Staircase Escalante in Utah. Protections also returning to the Northeast Canyon and Seamounts Marine National Monument off the coast of New England, which the protections are returning soon, according to a White House spokesman. The Senate approving that short-term extension of the nation's debt limit. Senators voting to raise it.
We have reached agreement to extend the debt ceiling through early December.
The Senate is moving toward the plan I laid out yesterday to spare the American people a manufactured crisis.
It still has to win House approval. It's expected to win it and will then head to the president's desk. And now this.
Why do you think bank presidents and jewelry store owners trust ADT to protect their homes and businesses? Because they feel safe, and you can too. How would you like to monitor your home from fire, floods, and yes, robberies without even being there right from your smartphone? That is peace of mind. You may even save money on your homeowner's insurance just by having an ADT system installed. And there's even a money-back guarantee. How about that? We guarantee 100% satisfaction. You have nothing to risk. Why do you think people who have so much to protect trust ADT? Because it works. Call right now for a free quote. We'll even give you a free gift for calling. So pick up your phone and call Protect Your Home, an ADT authorized premier provider now.
800-818-0191. 800-818-0191. 800-818-0191. That's 800-818-0191.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back on a Friday. Hello to Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth. 69, humid night. You had off and on rain today. Had some heavy rain in Canton, Georgia. Light at the house. Sun peeked out from time to time. Had a great visit with one of the granddaughters, then came home and flipped channels from NFL football to Major League Baseball. Can't wait for the Braves to start their series against the Brewers. Everybody have a great night. Be careful out there. All right, yeah, it's that time of year. Playoff time is upon us. Hello to Gilligan checking in. Heads up, he said I-81 southbound in Virginia is closed at the 250-mile marker. Got an accident there. So, all right, 81 southbound, 250-mile marker in Virginia. Got your message there, David, checking in, trying to get the new number. All right, I've got your email from earlier, so I'll try to remember to pass that on to you. Hello to Pappy on board this morning. Got the doggy hunkered down in the closet with the thunder and lightning. Be safe out there, drivers. Yeah, we had some pretty good rumbles of thunder here about an hour ago. Doyle checking in. Morning, Steve. Nice to listen in for a little while. Great to have you with us. Chuck on board checking in from my sleeper location in Georgia tonight. Richard's on board in Central Florida, 75 degrees. Best to you, Steve, Chris, and all the listeners out there. All right, thank you so much. Let me get back and see. I'll pop Sylvester back in here. We'll finish up with him. Welcome back.
Hey, brother. Okay, so I've sent you a few emails about some different things, including the quote-unquote map to freedom.
Okay.
When you get a chance, peruse through that, and then you can see what they've decided to allow us to do in our lives now. We take so many things for granted, people. Don't lose it. Seriously, once you've lost it, you're never getting it back. Don't let this be the last ring around the, trip around the toilet bowl. Don't let it happen. I'm telling you, I see your future. You don't want to be here. Seriously, you don't. I pay 30% tax. Okay? And I don't make a massive amount of money. Between my wife and I make more money now than I ever have in my life, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I pay a lot in tax. We pay so much in tax. And you see people that are capable of working that don't work. I see the medical system in this country, and let me. So, after I got done with work yesterday, I had to go to my mother-in-law's because she's been unwell, right? Well, she couldn't even stand up, okay? So she ended up going to the doctor today. We ended up going to the hospital last night, stayed overnight. And today, they were trying to convince her to sign a piece of paper stating that if she has if her heart stops, they will not resuscitate her. They're trying to talk her into doing it, and they tried to guilt her into saying, yes, don't resuscitate me, let me die. And the reason being is because it costs money. And it costs money, and they were trying to guilt her by saying, these are the words that they used. They said, can you imagine what it would be like for these poor people if they hurt you while they were trying to bring you back to life? How it would affect them. And her response was, what about me?
Right.
You're going to let me die because someone might get their feelings hurt because they crack a rib, but I might die? What's more important? And because of the fact they're rationing care, when you get old, you don't have any value. That's the problem with socialized medicine, people. You have no value. You're less valuable than somebody who's in their 30s or 20s. They're going to give those people the money. They ration it because this 83-year-old woman doesn't have value. This is what I see in your future. You want socialized medicine, people? You want, quote unquote, free medicine, which I can tell you it's not.
It's not.
Because I pay 30% taxes, people. I don't get a refund. I pay 30% taxes. But you want to know what else, right? I'm a diabetic. You go to Walmart to buy metformin. It probably comes from the same factories in China, and I'm paying more for it here than I was in the States. And you can go to Walmart and buy it for $15 for 3 months. I think that's how much it is. The diabetics out there can tell you.
Mm-hmm.
I pay $60-something for my medication here in Australia under socialized medicine. It's more. I'm telling you, people, fight it. You got to stop it. You got to be smart about it, and you got to make sure people understand it is not the way.
Yeah. Well, and that's the direction they're trying to take us with that. We got this $3.5 trillion reconciliation bill, and there's a whole bunch of that good stuff all wrapped up in there. Hey, Sylvester, it's great to hear from you. We got to move ahead here, get to some of the other listeners, but did you have a question for him? I'm sorry if I cut him too short there.
No. Well, the only thing I was going to ask him is, are you guys having any problems with supply chain shortages and trucking issues? Because that's our big thing right now. It's, there's not enough trucks, there's not enough trailers, there's not enough truck drivers. Everything comes down to it's because of COVID. You get a flat tire, it's because of COVID. But just wondering if you're seeing the same thing down there.
Okay. Yeah, I know we've been seeing what's going on in the UK. I mean, with the gas stations, you've seen that. I mean, half the station's out of fuel, and they're blaming it on the lack of truck drivers, the lack of workers. I know what's going on there. So, let me see here. I got an email from Pappy. Hello, Chris. Hello, Steve. Great to have you back on the air. I don't really have any new questions or testimonials. However, I heard Chris mention the gun oil. I'll be placing an order tomorrow. I went to bomb school with our department's range master, and we're pretty tight. So if this stuff is good, as I know it will be, I'm sure the range staff will place a large order. Thanks again for all Chris has done. So there you go.
Thank you very much.
You think it's going to be available like on the website tomorrow? Is that the plan, or?
It's on the website for tomorrow. So those of you that don't remember the history or don't know the history of the gun oil, started about 2 years ago. We started testing a specific formula, and we just want to see where would it stand with everything else. So we bought everything we can get off the shelf, and we tested it in the lab. Then we sent it out to a SWAT team and said, hey, we think we've got something unique and special here. Could you test it for us and let us know what you find? And the reports we got, it wasn't the most scientific thing, but it was good. They said normally on weekends, they didn't call it maneuvers, but whatever it is that they do to practice what they're doing, they said we normally go through at least a half a dozen jams or lockups and things where we got to, stop and fix it. And they said we had none for the whole weekend. The other thing they said is the amount of residue left was considerably less. When they go to clean them out, there's normally a lot more, black on the little cotton tip. And they said that just wasn't there. So we knew we were onto something. So we moved it forward with R&D, started giving out more samples to find out, just what's the hands-on, what's the in the field type of feel from it. Come to find out, they said, one of the things that was mentioned the most often was it was able to be used in all different climates. So, a couple guys told us that they go from Florida to like Maine to do hunting and things. And they said a lot of times the oils that they were using, and I don't remember the names, I'd tell you if I did, but they just said, you're sitting in a tree stand or you're sitting there all night, and then things get kind of stiff and in the gun, it probably gets stiff in your joints too. But they said, it gets kind of stiff to where it doesn't fire right. And, we have to clean things out and start over again. And they said it didn't happen with ours. Now we're using a Group 5 ester that's got a freeze point of -50. So it's got an extreme, difference in temperature. So it can go from really hot to really cold because we are using all synthetic. It doesn't have the same properties as just like a regular oil would. So that helped. So now we ran into problems getting bottles. We got that fixed. We had problems getting little applicators. We had that fixed, and they're reintroducing it tomorrow. Josh sent me an email saying it'll be on the website. So jump on there and we'll get you a bottle.
Were they? I know you were talking about the whole supply chain thing. One of the problems was getting those little applicator bottles. Were you able to rectify that?
Yeah, it took some work. It's the funniest thing. 2 years ago and last year, 80% of our time was, marketing and coming up with, what new ideas and how do we prove our science? How do we tell the end user that this is, we really did our homework and it's the real thing? Now it's spent trying to get product and additives and base oils. Everybody's got us on allocation. So then we have to go back and reformulate. We can't get this, say like an antioxidant. We can't get the antioxidant. Okay, what other antioxidants are on the market? We bring them in, we test them, make sure that they're up to snuff and will meet our requirements. And then we reformulate, make sure that works. And then we move forward. But it's a really strange time. I don't think I've ever seen anything like this in my lifetime where just getting products in-house would be a problem. And normally everybody's begging us to give them, here, buy our stuff. But that's not the case now. You have to be privileged to get a hold of something.
And I see where even like, we were talking the grocery store change. When groceries place an order, a lot of times when they get their shipment, they're getting 50 to 70% of what they ordered. Everything's being kind of rationed, I guess would be the word. Let's get a quick 2-minute timeout. Get back to your calls just ahead on a Friday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue DEF Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, welcome back. Good to have you with us here on a Friday morning. I just got an email from Sylvester in regards to your question about supply chain issues. Sent me a photograph from, I don't know if that would be equivalent to like a Home Depot kind of store or whatnot, but yeah, the top shelves, nearly bare. He said, major supply issues. We should have hundreds of boxes of tools on these top shelves to supply the ones below. And he said, there's actually even less than when I took this photograph. So, yep, they've got the same thing going on there as we've got here, apparently, Chris.
How about that? So it must be a worldwide thing. It's not just us. Well, we'll figure it out. I mean, I really hope that, the U.S. industry start kicking in and making more products so that they're available closer to home instead of bringing so much in from overseas.
Yep. Well, hey there, Big Moose on the line. What's happening?
Hey, not much, fellers. What's going on?
How's retirement?
We're rocking and rolling.
Well, I didn't retire, Steve. I just quit. There's a difference.
Okay.
Retirees put on plaid pants and play golf and, wait on the Social Security check and all that stuff. And I didn't retire. I just quit. So, yeah, that's the difference. But, hey, man, I tell you what, I got to have me some more of that Slickum. What's the status on her Slickum?
Yeah, they are working on it, and I did not check on it before I started, but I will send an email out on the next break and ask them where we are on the Slickum. They actually, when I told them all the results that we had from it, they're doing some R&D to see if that should not become a normalized product that we offer to everybody. So I'll make sure we get that down over to you in the meantime. Hopefully, finish it up soon.
Yeah, I don't care about everybody else. I just need my fix, man. You got me hooked on that stuff.
I'll make sure they get a gallon out tomorrow to you. And what was the story on that? Because I was trying to repeat it and I couldn't remember it all the way. On what your results were.
Well, I was using it. The reason I needed to start with was for them old Babbitt bushings and them fans, And it worked so well in them, I started using it in the hub oil on the equipment. Man, it's fantastic, and I'm getting ready to rebuild the front hubs on my my little camper I bought, and I want to put a dose of that stuff in there too, man. I've been using the crap out of that. I've used it in the hydrostatic systems. I've used it, like I said, in the hub oils. I used it in my air compressor for, add it to my compressor oil. I mean, I've been dumping it in everything, and it's just been doing a fantastic job. I've not found nothing that I've used it in yet that it did not improve the situation.
Wasn't there didn't you you put it in a hub and you said there was a temperature reduction compared to the hub in front of it? Is that right?
Yeah, 25 degrees. Yeah, and that was the only difference. That I was running about 30% of the Slickum in the rear hub oil, and I was just running straight conventional oil in the front one, and it was 25 degrees cooler with the Slickum in it. And that's actually what sold me on the stuff right there, because that was proof in the pudding for me, because friction creates heat. And if the temperature goes down, that means the friction went down,
That's right. That's right. And it'll probably take a lot longer before it would ever oxidize too, especially at the lower temperature.
Right. And like I said, I've been used, and I'm plumb out. I mean, every bit that I had that you sent me, I've used it up, and it's long gone. But I got some things that I need a dose of it for, and I know Tater, he's going to continue to use it in the equipment. So, yeah, we need to get our hands on some of that stuff in the worst way, buddy.
All right. I'll make sure it gets out tomorrow. I'm sorry.
All right, you're the man. Oh, you're all right. I just what I told him. I said, man, he cooked up that bathtub brew and got me hooked on it, and now I'm jonesing because I can't get another dose of it.
I like it. That's what we do.
That's right. Well, I tell you what, I think we need to stick with the Slickum name too. We need to market that Slickum.
I'll work with marketing, see if they can pull that off.
Well, you tell marketing to come over, and I'll go over and have a little marketing. I'll have a little conference with your marketing department. I can be very persuasive.
Okay, I'll do it, man. That sounds like a good plan.
Hey, keep it Twix spotted and solid. I'm gone.
All right, thank you, Moose. Have a great night, great weekend. All right, I got about a minute before we get top of the hour news update. Email from Scooter. Steve, please ask Chris what PAO oil does he recommend in the 2017 car that calls for 5W20? Thanks for all you do.
So we do have we don't have what you need is the Blue Diamond, and we don't have the Blue Diamond in passenger car oil yet. They're working on that. That's our fourth quarter goal, is to fill out the rest of the passenger car oils. We do have it in our Adrenaline series, but that's got a lot of zinc in it, so it's not really. It's more for older vehicles that don't have the DPF or the catalytic converter on it. It's an extreme duty oil. It's a PAO, but the problem is we just haven't got the gasoline version of it yet. But ask me next time I'm on the show in 1 month, and hopefully we'll have it. I'll push R&D and make sure that I know every meeting we have, they've been saying that they're working on it.
All right, there you go, Scooter. Thanks for being with us as always. All right, we'll get our news update top of the hour. Hour number one, already closing things down. Off and rolling on a Friday. Great to have you with us. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
President Biden will be restoring protections to national monuments that were reduced or removed under the Trump administration. A White House fact sheet about the upcoming changes indicates the protections will be restored for places like Bears Ears and Grand Staircase Escalante in Utah. Protections also returning to the Northeast Canyon and Seamounts Marine National Monument off the coast of New England, which the protections are returning soon, according to a White House spokesman. The Senate approving that short-term extension of the nation's debt limit. Senators voting to raise it.
We have reached agreement to extend the debt ceiling through early December.
The Senate is moving toward the plan I laid out yesterday to spare the American people a manufactured crisis.
It still has to win House approval. It's expected to win it and will then head to the president's desk. And now this.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot Vpn. Patriot VpN is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at PatriotVPN.com. That's PatriotVPN.com.
A U.S. Navy sub fully operational, according to the Pentagon, after it collided with an unidentified object in the South China Sea. Reports are the USS Connecticut struck the still unidentified object while it was submerged last Saturday, leaving some sailors aboard it with bumps and scrapes, but no serious injuries. It happened during an exercise with other nations to demonstrate a show of force to China. A new study indicates more Americans have been packing heat during the pandemic. A study by the Crime Prevention Research Center indicates the number of concealed handgun permits rose to over 21 million in 2020. That was almost a 50% increase since 2016, a 10% hike as compared to the same time the previous year. In 15 states, more than 10% of adults have permits now, the highest being 32% in the state of Alabama. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Lights out, everybody.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet.
Pleasant dreams.
The greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
There were pretty good numbers in the Thursday morning weekly first-time jobless claim report from the Labor Department, which showed about 326,000 Americans filed first-time claims last week, and that was about 38,000 fewer than the previous week's revised total, and it was also well below the analysts' estimate beforehand. They were expecting 345,000 new claims. Again, 326,000 or so was the number. One of the biggest of its kind, New York Comic Con, is now open at the Javits Center in New York City. It's in person for the first time in 2 years, although there are some requirements. You have to wear a mask, for instance, which hasn't been bothering people, it seemed.
It's a great way to, finally have things opening up. This is much missed here in New York.
A woman is suffering from some severe burns after authorities say she tried to save her dog at Yellowstone National Park. The woman traveling with family members and the dog when the animal jumped out of the vehicle near Firehole River in Wyoming, and she jumped into a hot spring. Following the dog significantly burned, her father pulled her and the dog from Maiden's Grove Spring before taking her to park rangers for some first aid, and then she was transported quickly to the Eastern Idaho Regional Medical Center. Officials don't know the current status of the 20-year-old or her dog. And coming to you from our New England Bureau of USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, back at it here. Round number 2 on a Friday morning. Good to have you along for the ride. Who we got? Hello to Crazy Ray. One Crazy Ray checking in from West Michigan this morning. John is on board. Morning, Steve and all from Honolulu, Hawaii. Great to have you with us, John. Now there's Norman. He's out there rolling tonight. Headed out of north central Kansas over into Wyoming, headed west. Heavy D checking in. I'm so glad to hear Chris is bringing the gun oil back. All right. Great to have you with us, Heavy D. Hey, and we are back with Chris Gabrelchik. I don't know. I jumped right into things with you, Chris, but typically I try to get you to tell folks who you are for some of our maybe first-time listeners or new listeners who aren't really even familiar. Chris is the guy that got this, that's all started. He created Hot Shot Secret. Give him your little background. You've done that more than once.
Yes, I have. So we, started off, I was doing a lot of industrial plant tours and coming up with solutions and manufacturing plants. And then through our website, we got a call from Navistar when they were making the 6-liter engines for Ford. They're having problems with the injectors, the Huey injectors, which everybody's familiar with. So I engineered a solution for that, and then they were testing it for a few years and then didn't really do anything with it because about that time, Ford started making their own engines. So we had this really good solution that would save, drivers around $3,000 on injectors if they would just buy this one bottle of product. At the time, it was called Hot Shot Secret. And that would fix the problem almost every time, like 9 times out of 10 or 19 times out of 20. So I went on forums and started telling people about it, and we started getting orders, and then people started reporting back, hey, this fixed my problem. It got bigger and bigger. We started selling it at truck stops, and then, through Tractor Supply, well, it was a big hit. And then the retailers were coming back saying, well, what else have you got? So then we started looking at what other problems were happening specifically in the diesel market. At that time, there was a big problem with IDs, internal diesel injector deposits. And this was right after they came out with ultra-low sulfur diesel fuel. What was happening is the refiners were putting a lubricity additive in there to make up for the sulfur. And then the jobbers and the truck stops were putting lubricity additives in as well. Now, these additives weren't compatible with each other, and they were leaving this film inside the injector on the fuel side, which was this really sticky, varnishy looking stuff, and nothing would clean it. Like anything on the shelf that you would buy, it just would not clean the IDs. So there was only 2 additives that you could buy to put in there that would take care of that, and nobody was really offering that to the public because, I don't know, they just didn't think there was enough money in it, or it wasn't really their thing. So we started making fuel additives. That was our Diesel Extreme. We started making that specifically for this purpose, to take care of the IDs, but also we wanted to address everything that a diesel engine would have, from the tank to the pump all the way through. So we want to make sure there was enough antioxidant in there, that there was a rust and corrosion inhibitor, because if you get a couple droplets of water in your tank and it sits on the bottom, it just starts to rust or corrode that tank out. If anybody's had an old fuel oil tank, if you remember those, a lot of times when they've been sitting there for 20 years, you can go to the bottom of them, touch your finger on the bottom, it just pop through the bottom. Well, the reason was that the water would sit on the bottom because it's heavier than oil, and it would just rust the bottom of the tank. So we wanted to take care of that problem. So we put a moisture demulsifier in there, which would bring small amounts of moisture up and disperse them so they were safe. And then it would put a rust and corrosion inhibitor in there. Then we put a really large amount of lubricity additive, and then a lot of detergent, and then a whole lot of cetane. So we really wanted to address everything from top to bottom. And the idea was, this was like a one-time treat thing. We didn't want you to have to dump 2 or 3 different things off the shelf to figure out what the problem was. Well, that became not an overnight hit, but within the first year, we were selling Diesel Extreme 3-to-1 over the Stiction Eliminator. And then we just moved forward with the whole idea. It's like, okay, well, now that you've cleaned it out, what do you need to make your diesel fuel up to snuff? One of the problems that we have with diesel fuel, if you look at the spec on it, it's huge. So, the variances could be really, really wide compared to gasoline. Gasoline's a pretty tight spec. If you buy 87 octane gas, just about every station, it's going to be pretty close. There's not they make sure that it's very, very tight on the specification. Diesel fuel, on the other hand, the range is huge. And we were getting a lot of comments from truck drivers. I fill up here and I get good results. I fill up there, I get really bad results. My truck had problems when I filled up at that station or that truck stop. So we wanted to come up with a product you put in every time. And, I'm not a marketing genius, so I called it Everyday Diesel Treatment, and that was EDT. Well, lo and behold, EDT became a big hit. And what I started to find out as I matured and became more savvy to the way the market works is that a lot of the products on the shelf are really cheap, crappy stuff. I mean, they just try to put the minimal amount of product in there that they possibly can. They don't try to knock it out of the park. So we try to do the opposite. My goal was, let's make the best of the best. Let's not rate our successes on how many bottles sold, but let's just make the best product and have it available for the people that just want the best, and let the people that make, I call them commodity products, there's probably a better word for it, but it's like, let the commodity people do that, and we'll stick with what are the best products that you could make. We work with chemists, engineers from literally dozens of different companies. We would seek out different additives from all over the world. And, I didn't know that we were out of the norm on this because it was just what we were doing. But later on, as the success of the company started to get better and we got a lot of really good feedback from people, we found out that we were really the only ones doing that. Everybody else goes through a process of, hey, what's the product that we could make the most money on? And what are they buying? Then how do we take that market? We never really cared much for that. We just thought, okay, what is it that we could do to make the industry better? Truck drivers, they got enough problems. They don't need to be worrying about their engine. Then the other thing that we found, I'm probably getting a little bit off topic, but the other thing we found is that there's a lot of problems that are maybe not engineered to vehicles, but when I was working with the engineers at International, they explained to me, if you're going to come out with a 2022 model year, you have to have a cutoff time. So, let's say that's January of 2021. You have to give all your marching orders to all your suppliers, your oil pumps, your water pumps. You have to have time to get all that stuff in, manufactured. Even though we know there's these problems with the truck, we still have to have a cutoff time. Otherwise, you would never come out with a new model year. You just keep fixing all the things that are wrong with the old model year. So he said, we always have to have a cutoff time. And then we know that there's going to be problems this year that there's nothing we can do about. So I started looking at those problems saying, okay, what is it that we can do to affect change in the lubricant or additive world that we can give a solution to it? The CP4 pumps were fuel pump that they still use, but those were manufactured to use a higher level of lubricity like in Europe. Well, the U.S. lubricity rating was lower than that. So these CP4 pumps were failing at a excessive rate, like 8 to 10%, which doesn't sound like a huge number. But the problem was when the CP4 fuel pump would give way, it would put metal shards into the system, and it would be, like an $8,000 to $10,000 fix. So we came up with a lubricity additive that was literally 5 times better than anything you can find on the shelf. We just kept going at it until we found something unique. And then we told everybody what our test results were. We publish everything. There are no secrets for the most part. We call it Hot Shot Secret. We tell you how we tested it. We tell you where we tested it, the real world testing, the lab testing. And then that was our LX4. That became such a big hit that we started using it as a core component in all of our fuel additives. So any fuel additive you buy has LX4 in it. Now you can just buy LX4 if you want, it's got just lubricity additive, but it does a lot for people that are doing that, racers, people that just want lubricity, that don't want to do anything else to it. So that it just kind of opened up a whole new doorway for us. We found this unique position in the market that said, just told us that there's a lot of problems with specifically diesel trucks, gas engines also, but that nobody really has the appetite to address. So that's what we work on. We find problems and then we fix it. So we came up with like a tagline, power or problem specific solutions. And that's what we focus our attention on.
There you go.
Hopefully that wasn't too long-winded.
No, but that's what people need to know, and now you've got the full line for those that are watching on the Facebook and YouTube. They ask they can't get a close-in shot, but you've got I've got a good variety of the line of products that are available. Gasoline products, the Stiction Eliminator, the one that started it all, and go to hotshotsecret.com, and you can find all the products there. And if you'd like to place an order, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout, and you'll get 10% off your order and an additional 10% for first responders, active duty or veteran, military, CDL holders. So that's 20% off your order. There you go. Take advantage of that. It's back to the calls. I believe is it Alan? Is that correct?
Morning, Chris. Morning. Morning, Alan.
I'm wondering if he's maybe in between cells because he was. Yeah, just barely. Can you speak up? I think we got you.
Yeah, I think I'm going in through a little cell problems here. Loud and clear.
Okay, go ahead. Yep, got a question?
Yeah, I got a question. I have a Dodge Avenger. I'm having problems with my emissions. I took it down to in Maryland there. I got 2 years state emission testing and all, and it failed. And I was wondering if Chris has a product for maybe trying to clean out the emissions before I get into working on I guess O2 sensor.
Alan, you said it was a Dodge. Was it a Dodge diesel truck?
It's gasoline. It's 2010 Dodge Avenger.
Gotcha. Okay. So we do have a product. It's called Gasoline Extreme, and the Gasoline Extreme is an additive that we came up for gasoline because everybody kept asking us for it, and it literally took us 3 years, and R&D kept bringing new things to me to test, and finally, I just kept telling them, unless we have something that's leaps and bounds ahead of everything else on the market, then we don't want to do it. Now, the testing that we did, it did drop the emissions down considerably. I don't have those numbers, but I'll try and find, if you want to email me, chris@lubricationspecialties.com. I'll try to find those for you. But as a matter of fact, just email me and we'll send you a bottle to try it and let us know how it worked. We'll just send it for free. But the Gasoline Extreme, when we did our test, we were getting like a 7% increase in fuel economy and a reduction in emissions. And it was very consistent in that it was always somewhere between 2 and 7. Now, it seemed like the dirtier and the older the system was, so if somebody had 200,000 miles on their car, they were the ones getting the 7% increase in fuel economy. The ones that had a newer car, we were getting 2 to 3%. We actually put it on a brand new car and got a 2% increase in fuel economy. So that was really quite impressive. A lot of times we're looking at 0.5% increases. So I think that would most likely do the job for you.
Okay. Yeah, I was just going to try to get some of that and clean out the emissions, see if I can get my car to pass without doing any other, spending a bunch of money and probably getting replace the catalytic converter or O2 sensor in there. That slicking that Moose talking about, I think he puts that stuff in the shampoo bottles. Talk so good about it.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
The good old.
I've been listening since 2015, and I'm glad that you got Steve back on the air. But this is my first time calling. But I just wanted to get a question on that problem I'm having.
Yeah. Well, we're glad you called. We do have, in Ohio, we have e-check stations. So we bought the equipment that e-check uses, and that's how we were testing it to see the emissions drop. So I'm fairly confident that that'll work. Again, just send me an email in the morning, and we'll try to get a bottle out.
Well, he's a first-time caller, Chris, so I took his number down. I'll get that to Chad, and how about we just get him one of our first-time caller codes, and he can get himself a bottle of the Gasoline Extreme and maybe the Stiction Eliminator, too, for that.
Yeah, that would be a good idea. Tell him send the gasoline-sized bottle of Stiction Eliminator for his truck or for his car. And then let us know. Call us back and let us know how it worked.
Yeah, I'll try. I'll do that. I need some gun oil too. So
there you go.
I'm glad I get a first-time caller code.
We'll get you a first-time caller code. That's a $60 value, Chris. So I mean, he'll be able to get some Gasoline Extreme, probably a small bottle of Stiction Eliminator, and maybe even a gun oil.
Sounds great. Get some FR3 too. So those of you that don't know, the FR3 is a version of the Stiction Eliminator without quite as much detergent in it, but it's a follow-up treatment, and it reduces the wear by about 50% in the engine and increases your horsepower or your fuel economy by somewhere between 3 and 5%. So it's a really great product, and we use it in a lot of different areas, but we've had nothing but good results from it.
All right, we're looking at 21 past the hour. Dan, got you coming up next. We'll get the big, sexy Chevy guy and on down the line as we roll into a Friday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, here we are back on a Friday. Let's get right back to you, the listeners out there. Dan, we got John with Chris. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call, and thank you, Chris, for the show. It sure makes these long nights seem a lot shorter. Good to have Steve back.
So
what I called about was...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. What I called about, Chris, are you aware of the problems that GM is having with their V8 gasoline engines with the lifter problems?
Yes, I am. We've been testing the stiction eliminator in there and the FR3. Come to find out, excuse me, it worked really well. We had somebody here that had one. You're talking about like the ticking noise?
Yeah, in the 5.3 and the what is that other, the 6.2. But I bought a new truck about 5 months ago. It's with the 5.3 Silverado with the 5.3 and at 4,000 miles. I mean, it's like it blowed up. And the way they explain it to me, the lifters are actually sticking. And then when they stick, now this truck had 4,000 miles on it, and when they stick, and then when they turn loose, man, they slam right into the top of the intake, and it's just the awfulest noise. So when I asked them about it, they said that they were sticking, and I think it's got a lot to do with that active fuel management that they put on them. You know, about holding certain valves shut for the fuel economy. But I just wondered if your product or maybe your R&D, because I took it to the dealership and they's like, this is the third one they've done this month. I was like, really? And I said, well, you know, did they change something? That because they put in my truck 4,000 miles, they put 16 lifters and one bent push rod, and so I got it back, and I said, well, did y'all change something, or am I going to be back 4,000 miles? And they's like, well, they changed the part number. Well, I got it back. I had it a week, and and 150 miles later, started again. The same thing. So I was just wondering if you was aware of it, if maybe you all was working on a project, if the sticking is what's actually causing it.
It is. So this is what we found. Our vice president of R&D here, Kevin Adams, had a Chevy Avalanche with the active fuel management system, and he pulled in. It was somebody had I don't know if he'd just gotten it. It was used, and it sounded like a diesel truck out there. I mean, it's just like tapping, and so we said, okay, well, this is a good truck to experiment on. So we put the stiction eliminator in it, and it went away immediately. And it was like, okay, we're on to something. So then we started looking at what was going on. And when half of the cylinders shut down, for those of you that don't know, it's set up so that when you don't need the extra power, half the cylinders shut down so you get better fuel economy. Well, the problem is when those cylinders shut down, they're hot, because you've been in the middle of a combustion process. And then the oil that's in there starts to cook or bake, and it creates a layer of stiction in there. And then it starts sticking. Sticky friction is what we, use the phraseology for stiction. But that's one of the places that we want to do some extensive testing and come out with a white paper on. But in the meantime, if you have one of those, use a stiction eliminator regularly or as a cleanup dose, and then switch over to FR3 because that does seem to work.
Well, that was your product was the first thing that hit me when it done it. So, but like I say, then I got it back and I got scared of it. Like I say, 200 miles at the second time. So, I was just mainly wondering if you was aware because I know that might be because there's a lot of them. Man, they got bulletins. GM's got bulletins. They don't want to tell you, but about them. But a friend of mine is a service manager, and he showed me some of the bulletins. So there's really a big market there, but that's kind of not for me. I got scared when it done it the second time. I bought a new Hemi and a Ram. I bought me a new Dodge Ram. That's the first time I ever bought 2 new trucks in 5 months. But it was. I went with the Hemi, but I was just wondering, like I say, if you all was aware of that, and if that might be just as good a product or just as good a deal as when you started with the Ford diesels. You know what I mean? Because they got a big problem.
Yeah, I could not agree more. I couldn't agree more. And we talked to some of the retailers about it, and we told them the results that we were getting, and that it was very consistent, which is good. But it's kind of like the first step. Then. Their comment, right or wrong, but to just give you a little bit of backstory, they said, stiction eliminator is a diesel product, and the gasoline customers aren't going to take to it. You got to come out with a different name and a different model. And we're like, oh my goodness. I mean, is it, I'm more about solving the problem than I am about the colors and all that. So we're still working on it. Hopefully I'm going to re-energize everybody about that and see if we can't have it out by the end of the year.
Well, I'll tell you something else they'll actually do too, and it done it to me twice. First time was 2,500 miles, and I just thought it was a freak thing. And then, but I come out to start it. I had run about like say what you said makes sense about the time and the oil being hot. I'd run it probably 150 miles, and I pulled into a station and got gas. Come back out. Well, got something to eat too. Come back out. So it sat there maybe 30 minutes. It wouldn't start, and when it did start, it was like it was running on 2 or 3 cylinders. It wouldn't rev up, and all them valves, I guess all them lifters were stuck. And it even sent me like emails to my home on my home computer through OnStar saying, "Hey, you got problem service the next day, engine misfire." And whatever. Well, it sat there until it cooled down, and I was getting ready to call a tow truck, and I thought, well, I'm gonna try that one more time, and it started right up, just like it was supposed to. And then it done that to me on the second time. We're all of them, but maybe 1 or 2 cylinders. It was just enough that it was trying to run, but you couldn't even rev it up, and it just sounded like I don't know if. I'm going to show my age here. You remember them old Detroits when them old 318s, made 71s, them things would run backwards if you didn't watch what you're doing or you tried to jump start. And that's what it acted like. That motor was running backwards.
Mm-hmm.
But
that's what we find too.
I didn't know, like I say, that I was just going to, if you wasn't aware of it, I was going to kind of make you aware of it because it might be something to look into, I thought. So, I thought I'd do.
I tell you, I really appreciate that because that was something that was hot on our list, and then we had a whole bunch of other things that kind of bumped to the front of the list. But tomorrow I'm going to make sure we go over that and put it back on the top burner because we had such good success with it. But put some stiction eliminator in there and then come back and let us know how it worked, or the FR3, and just let us know if it completely alleviated the problem, or did we hit the bullseye, or do we need to work on it?
Well, I can't do that. Like I say, I got scared of it, and I bought a new Ram with the Hemi in it. I got away from. That's what I say. I never bought 2 new trucks in 5 months before, but I did this time. I was scared of that Chevy, but I will pass that on. I've got some buddies that's got them and scared to death now after the problems that I had. And one other thing, Steve, if you could sometime pass my number on to Big Moose. I was talking to him about some antique car parts that he had, and then the line got blowed up, and I was actually talking to him about my father-in-law got some old cars and restoring. And if you pass my number along to him, I'd like to talk to him a bit more about that.
I took your number down here. I'll email that out to Big Moose. I'll pass your number on.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I guess that's all my baloney. But
all right, well, have a great morning. We got to get to our news break here, a little behind, but we return after this on a Friday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
The suspect in shootings at a North Texas high school earlier this week is now free on bond, as Timothy Simpkins did not say a word after he was released from jail in Fort Worth a few hours ago. Arlington police say the 18-year-old pulled a gun yesterday inside Timberview High School west of Dallas. Several people were wounded. Everyone's expected to survive, though. A spokeswoman for his family indicates bullying may have led to the shootings.
It wasn't just one person that would attack him and bully him, taking his money, harassing him due to the fact because he had more things than maybe others.
An extension of the nation's debt ceiling moving forward as the U.S. Senate voted in favor of the bill today, and now it's heading over to the U.S. House. The White House says the president will sign it once it reaches his desk, averting the government defaulting on its bills. And this is USA Radio News.
Life can be full of risks. One thing you shouldn't take a risk with ever is your family's health insurance. If you're self-employed or you now need affordable health insurance, you need to make this free call right now and see how the Health Insurance Helpline can help you get it. We specialize in helping the self-employed and people just like you that need affordable health insurance to get it. We have short and long-term health insurance plans, and some even cover dental, vision, and prescription drugs. Don't take a risk with your family's health insurance. It's not worth it. If you're self-employed or now need affordable health insurance, call right now and learn for free how to get it. Listen, affordable health insurance plans for everyone just like you are a free phone call away. So give us a shout right now.
800-470-8021. 800-470-8021. 800-470-8021. That's 800-470-8021.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at stellaraelectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, thank you so much, and welcome back on a Friday morning. I got a couple from the email bag here, Chris. First of all, Billy the Kid said, any chance I can order a gallon of the Moose Juice Slickum? He said, I saw the effect it had on the hub oil, and my trailer's due for service. I'd like to dose mine up with the Slickum.
Yes. Send me an email, chris@lubricationspecialties.com, and I will get you a gallon of Slickum.
All right, then I got an email from Tater as well. See, these are people that know the Moose. He said, tell Chris I'll definitely be adding the Slickum to our regular order as soon as it's available. Please keep us updated. We are believers. And that's from Tater. So I don't know. Maybe I could forward you these emails, I guess, and that way you'd know who they are.
Send them over.
Yeah, because
you bet, man. Send them over. I'll take care of it.
You got some interest in your Slickum there. All right, let's get back to the calls here. I think I don't know that I've ever spoke to Diesel Don. Diesel Don from Hot Shot Secret. What's going on?
Hey, it's just a beautiful day. How about you?
Hey, it's Friday morning. Doing all right. Got the boss on the line, you know.
That's correct. You got to behave myself, don't I?
Yep.
Don, how are you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great, Chris.
What are you doing up so late?
That's a good question. Way past my normal bedtime, but hey, I want to check out the Steve Sommers show, so here we are. You know, Kyle and I are down here in Julian, North Carolina. We're down here for the race this weekend, the Piedmont Dragway, the Outlaw Diesel Super.
I think he just lost his cell. He just dropped off. Oh boy! I was going to get an update on because I know that the S10 had some mechanicals, and they were having a hell of a time getting that. They needed a specialty part, and they were having a really difficult time getting that part in. But I think they've had plenty of time now to get that taken care of. And if that is the case, they should be all up to snuff and ready to race this weekend. All right. Yep. So yeah, he dropped off there. All right, let me see. Chris, I got another email. Barron says, what's the difference between the FR3 and what you're calling the Slickum? Is it the same or just more concentrated? I've used the FR3 rigorously since it came out, and it's terrific, but I'd be willing to switch over.
So the biggest difference is the weight in the oil that we're using. We have a couple of different esters to pick from that still work within that formulation. And then on the FR3 is the people that have used it, that is usually somewhere, like a 30 weight or a 20 weight, where the Slickum is closer to a 50 weight. It's a thicker, more viscous version of the FR3.
Okay.
It's the same types of, it's all the same three ingredients. It's just a much heavier weight.
Okay, so it's gonna kind of like it'll stay in a particular place more readily than the thinner stuff, right?
You got it. If you remember last time when we first were talking to him, and he was saying that I think it was an electric motor, and that he had almost like a cup with it wasn't a sponge, but there was something in there to kind of hold the oil in there, and it just kind of dripped down onto the motor. And that he was filling it like every hour or 2 hours. So I said, I remembered that we had a heavier version of this in R&D. And when we were bringing samples, and we have hundreds of samples in there from different things. And I went in the next day and told him to take the heavier version and blend it up and send it to him, see if that works for his application, because he was losing a lot. And he called back and said it worked great, that he, stayed in there for weeks or months or something. Then he said, then I put some in my hub oil. And, if I remember right, it was one hub had just oil and the other one had with the Slickum in it. And, he had the 30-degree drop. So then I went back to R&D the next day and after that radio program and said, hey, we should look at this. This is a really good idea. So they've been working on it, looking at concentrations, should it be, I think he said he used 30%, but maybe it should be, 5% or 10%. So they're working through those details.
Okay. All right, good deal. So thank you for the update there. Let's get to Big Sexy. What's happening?
Take your hand off that dump button now. You know what the first thing I'm going to say.
Oh, wait a minute. What the?
Good morning, Chris.
Good morning. Morning. How are you today?
I'm doing fine. We still need to work on Steve or get him on Saturdays.
We may have some other plans for him. I mean, Saturday, is good, but we're trying to build out some of our radio repertoire, like maybe build out the whole thing into a full-blown station where we have programs on, for the rest of the day and the rest of the time. But also we've had requests to have him be a guest host on other shows. So that might come around too. That would be good.
You might want to think about having him go and do some live broadcasts. Some of them events coming up, like I think in the truck show coming up next year.
Yep.
Right, broadcast live from places like that.
I'm pretty sure that's in the works.
You can travel with Big Moose on that bus.
There you go. Yeah, Louisville. I mean, I think, Chris, that's going to be massive next year because that'll be the first time that we've got to get together in like 3 years in Louisville. So my understanding is you guys are, they're putting together pretty big plans. You're going to have quite the presence there, and I think we're working on having the show there from Louisville, aren't we?
We are, and it's going to be epic.
Epic.
So yeah, we're excited about that.
On your products there, I'm still using them in this Escape, and I'm still happy with them. I can tell the difference in it. I did have a problem last night with a catalytic converter getting stopped up. Night before last, I got it fixed yesterday, whatever, Thursday. But that was, no telling how long this thing had run before I ever started using that because I bought it used, so
Right. Did you have to buy a new catalytic converter? Did you have to replace it?
No, we didn't replace it. I'm not going to say what we done to it.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah. But anyway, it's running like a scalded dog right now.
I bet it is, yeah.
After I fixed that, though, I had a coil pack go bad. And that might have been caused by the catalytic converter. You know, I fouled that plug out and stuff. But that could be. Yeah. I've noticed an increase in my fuel mileage, too. But that's what I wanted to call in for. I had to get that in there on Steve on a Friday, you know, when you're on there.
Oh, I appreciate that.
And he knows he knows I do, Chris. You know, it's he anticipated that I'd leave him on hold all night long, that I'd never pick up his call, because he knew. I knew he was going to ask you that. Come on, get Steve to work 7 nights a week.
The fact that they miss you on Saturday, that's a compliment. That means they love you, man. They want you on Saturday.
Northern Kentucky Hillbilly on the line. What's up?
What's going on, Steve?
Hey
How you
there.
doing, Chris? Hey, I just wanted to tell you, I was just in the Middle East over there, and in behind one of these trucks I was driving, had some of your, I believe it was LX4, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So I was just kind of give you a little shot there that they're actually had that in these old beater trucks that they have out there.
Over in the Middle East?
Yep.
Oh, how about that? That's excellent. That's good to hear. You know, if you've got an older truck, and I mean something before 2007, it really was not made to run on ultra low sulfur diesel. So you really do need a strong lubricity additive in there. You know, if nothing else, I mean, LX4 is the lowest treat cost, and it has the most lubricity, but it isn't all the other products. That's an issue. That's a real thing. You know, replacing parts on trucks is not fun. So, you know, we want to make them last as long as they possibly can last.
Yeah, I just thought it was very interesting when you open up the seat on the thing, and I was going through the truck, and right behind the seat was a bottle of it, and I started laughing.
You should have got a picture for us for our Facebook page.
I actually did get a picture. I can get it to you.
All right.
Do that.
Yeah, that'd be sweet.
So how you been, Steve? I've been gone for about a month. So
I wonder where you been. You everything all right? Were you under the weather, or did you were out of the country, I guess?
Right. Yeah, I went over there to help a friend get a family out of Afghanistan.
Okay.
So
wow. So you were involved in that?
Yeah, it was pretty simple. It was no problem. We just kind of went around the Byway and got the family out. They had a little girl with them that the mom and dad had got killed. So she's still in Turkey. She can't get a passport. Figure out how to try to get her. The family's trying to adopt her. So, it's finagle trying to get her over, but they're trying to take care of all that.
Wow. Well, that's pretty exciting. I mean, that's great that you're able to do that.
Yeah, I spent 4 years over there, so I kind of know the ins and outs. And I only had to go, I think it was about 132 miles in. It wasn't too bad. It took a long trip. I went into Turkey and had to work my way over to Pakistan. Went to from Pakistan to a roundabout way. Got there and got them out.
That's well, at least somebody's doing something to help them out. That's good. I mean, that's good that, you know, sometimes it just takes some good old American ingenuity to get things done.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a lot more people over there that need help. And I tell you,
it's kind of faded out. It's faded out of the media headlines. The fact that, you know, they were trying to say there were, you know, like 100 still there, but there's a lot more than that, aren't there?
Oh, there's tons more. I got a guy that his family was staying with there that he said that he knows of just literally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them.
Wow.
And they're all hiding out because if they get found, they'll be killed.
Yeah, I did see a few weeks ago.
And they are looking for them.
I know they successfully got that female soccer team out of the country because there was grave concern about those girls. So that was a bit of good news. They got them out. Well, all right. Well, good to hear from you, Northern Kentucky Hillbilly. Yep, thanks for the update. Glad you made it back safe and all that. I remember when he was heading out. He called and was kind of telling us what he was going to be doing. I thought that's kind of a scary mission. Yeah, but he was with someone that was, that knew the language and the ins and outs. And I guess, a few bucks here and a few bucks there will get you from point A to point B. So, yep.
Yeah, it's kind of maddening in a way. It's like here we are building, ships to go to Mars, and for some reason we can't seem to get our own people out of Afghanistan. I mean, that's just not right.
Let me see here. I got a few minutes before we hit the top of the hour, so let's jump on over here. I'm not seeing a name. So who we got on the line?
Hey, morning, Your Honor.
Oh, that's the first time. That's the first time we've not seen anything on the screen from you. What's up, Horse Feathers?
Yeah, I don't know. Must be the microphone wasn't quite in the right spot or something here. But morning to you and morning to Chris. And let's see, I got a couple things for you here. So I guess we'll start out with a Make-A-Wish. Want to thank Chris and his generous donation because with the corporate donation there to the Make-A-Wish, we did the ball game there, and I found out that I'm going to start out in the 21st starting position for the 2022 Mother's Day Make-A-Wish truck convoy there. Used to be Lancaster, Pennsylvania, now Mannheim at the Great Mannheim Auto Auction, which they sell me as the world's largest auto auction. So we'll see how all that works out. We were up there last year with COVID for 100 trucks, and there was more than enough room. So they have 500-600 trucks up there. There won't be any problem with that at all. So it's just the amount of trucks in line there going around the route and being out on the convoy, So it takes a while to get everybody cycled through and out and about and back. But so anyways, I got a testimonial for you here, Chris.
All right. We always love those.
So a couple of weeks ago, my truck was yelling at me. We got to the point that temperature's changing, and I had a cold water leak there on one of my water lines, and one of the clamps wasn't quite tight. So overnight, it drip out over the day, I should say, it drip out a little bit of antifreeze, and I really wasn't realizing how much it was losing there. And so it yelled at me, said, "Hey, I need a drink. So I did what every other great American would do these days. I got on my smartphone and said, Google, where can I find some extended life red antifreeze? And of course it sends me to Amazon, and I'm looking there, and I'm not completely happy with the prices and what things are and everything, and all the, through all the products. And so I said, well, now what should I have done instead of doing what I did? And I said, well, I'm supposed to go to the Hot Shot secret site because you guys sell antifreeze. So I get on there and I see your price for a gallon of the 50-50 mix, pre-diluted, so you don't have to add any water to it. And I don't know. I guess I'm old-fashioned, but I don't know. I got this thing about buying a half a gallon of water, but it kind of is what it is now. It's kind of what you have to do. Is the way the market is. So anyways, I'm actually pretty happy with your price. So I put it in the shopping cart, and I put in this code for overnight drive radio, and it comes up with a better price. And I said, well, I'm a CDL holder, so I click on the button for the CDL holder, and it gives me another price. And now I'm like, this is reasonable. This is very. I'm happy with the price now. So this is noontime on Friday. So I say, okay, go down through, put in the credit card information, the shipping information, course, you had all that already for the shipping information, and so I click, go ahead and send it to me, and they say, okay, your website says, okay, it'll be on the way. So I check back a little later, I don't know, about 8, 9 o'clock at night, and it says it's already in the hands of FedEx and on the way. And I had it Sunday afternoon to go out to work Sunday night. I had my bottle of antifreeze, my gallon of antifreeze, at my doorstep Sunday afternoon to carry with me Sunday night to go to work. So thank you very much.
Those are the stories we like to hear. That's a good one.
Now, the only thing I'll say is that the only thing that came in the box was the antifreeze and my shipping label, my shipping invoice. So maybe the guy that was putting it all together there, maybe they ran out of catalogs or the other information they're supposed to put in the boxes. I think you guys try to send some other information out with it, but maybe they didn't have any handy at the time, or it went out so fast it didn't have time to get it in, is what I'm thinking.
I wish that was the case. The truth behind the scenes is we're bursting at the seams here at our facility, and some of you guys have heard me tell the story. So we hired an engineer about a year ago to design an addition to the building to add another 24,000 square feet. And then all these supply chain things happened, and then our pricing went up on the building, the delivery time went out, and then the builder said, we can't even get steel for your building. It'll be like 6 to 8 months or something like that. And like, oh man, this isn't making me too excited. So we found a building in town. We're right off the freeway in Mount Gilead. So we found, it was actually our old building that we used to rent in Mount Gilead proper, which is about, 7 miles from here. That was up for sale. So we went and bought that, and we decided to move all of our distribution center, all the finished goods, because we manufacture everything ourselves. We blend, bottle, label. We do our own research and development. So we do it all here. So they were, on a mad dash to move everything. So once they started, you can't have half the stuff here and half the stuff there. It's got to be done fairly quickly, and we still had to keep business going at the same time. So we had a really big pat on the back for all the shipping people, but they were doing everything they could to get the orders out every day and get everything moved over to the new building and get computer systems up and forklifts and everything. So it's been a more hectic than normal 3 weeks here, but now everything is smoothed out, and hopefully within the next couple of weeks we'll get back on track.
Well, if that's the case, you guys did some great shipping, because, as I say, I ordered it at noontime, and according to your tracking information, it was out by 4 in the afternoon. So, anyways, hey, I got a slogan for you for Moose's Slickum there. That stuff you got to Slickum, you got the Moose. So I'm thinking if you put down, if you have Stickum, you need Slickum. So,
I like it.
So, anyways, and one last thing here for you real quick. We got a listener there that has this problem with these micro meteorites falling out of the sky and getting on his roof, and I think they're plugging up his gutters and downspouts. Do you have a product that would actually help alleviate this sticking of these micro meteorites in his gutters and downspouts at all? Is there something he could use, put in there, spray in there or something?
Maybe.
All right. Well,
we've been working on some new products out of Israel. It's a different nano product, and one of the applications that we've been testing. It's kind of funny you said that, but we've been testing it as a surface treatment. And a couple ideas that we have are like for fifth wheel, having like a spray on fifth wheel grease. But this stuff is really interesting and unique. When we mixed it with alcohol and put it into a spray ball, then spray it, it makes like a really slippery surface, like a Teflon coating almost, and it stays for quite a while. So now we're testing it to see where all the applications we can use, like form oils and that type of thing. But you could put it inside of the gutter, and it might make everything roll down anyway. If not, I just use a leaf blower.
There you go. So, but anyways, I want to thank you one last time again there for the deal with Make-A-Wish, because I mean, it's all for the kids and that. But I guess you got me a little motivated because being in that 21st starting position, I actually got myself going, not procrastinating like I normally do, and got my donation page all set up. And I'm already, thanks to your show, I'm already ahead of what I was last year before your donation got added in. So I want to greatly thank you. Appreciate that. Anybody wants, if you have my donation page and you want to forward it along somewhere or post it somewhere, everybody's more than welcome to do that. So,
well,
anyway,
you are most welcome, and that's probably the one thing that we can do is I'll have our marketing team push that forward on our Facebook page and everything else. I'm not good with social media, but there's people here that are, so we'll see if we can push our boundaries out a little bit and get you some more support.
And I'll bump it up. I'll bump it back to the top of my Facebook page. I can do that. All right, we got to get a news break here. Much more to come. Got a Friday underway. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
President Biden will be restoring protections to national monuments that were reduced or removed under the Trump administration. A White House fact sheet about the upcoming changes indicates the protections will be restored for places like Bears Ears and Grand Staircase Escalante in Utah. Protections also returning to the Northeast Canyon and Seamounts Marine National Monument off the coast of New England, which the protections are returning soon, according to a White House spokesman. The Senate approving that short-term extension of the nation's debt limit. Senators voting to raise it.
We have reached agreement to extend the debt ceiling through early December.
The Senate is moving toward the plan I laid out yesterday to spare the American people a manufactured crisis.
It still has to win House approval. It's expected to win it and will then head to the president's desk. And now this.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot Vpn. Patriot Vpn is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at PatriotVPN.com. That's PatriotVPN.com.
A U.S. Navy sub fully operational, according to the Pentagon, after it collided with an unidentified object in the South China Sea. Reports are the USS Connecticut struck the still unidentified object while it was submerged last Saturday, leaving some sailors aboard it with bumps and scrapes, but no serious injuries. It happened during an exercise with other nations to demonstrate a show of force to China. A new study indicates more Americans have been packing heat during the pandemic. A study by the Crime Prevention Research Center indicates the number of concealed handgun permits rose to over 21 million in 2020. That was almost a 50% increase since 2016, a 10% hike as compared to the same time the previous year. In 15 states, more than 10% of adults have permits now, the highest being 32% in the state of Alabama. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Lights out, everybody.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet.
Pleasant dreams.
The greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
There were pretty good numbers in the Thursday morning weekly first-time jobless claim report from the Labor Department, which showed about 326,000 Americans filed first-time claims last week, and that was about 38,000 fewer than the previous week's revised total, and it was also well below the analysts' estimate beforehand. They were expecting 345,000 new claims. Again, 326,000 or so was the number. One of the biggest of its kind, New York Comic Con, is now open at the Javits Center in New York City. It's in person for the first time in 2 years, although there are some requirements. You have to wear a mask, for instance, which hasn't been bothering people, it seemed.
It's a great way to finally have things opening up. This is much missed here in New York.
A woman is suffering from some severe burns after authorities say she tried to save her dog at Yellowstone National Park. The woman traveling with family members and the dog when the animal jumped out of the vehicle near Firehole River in Wyoming, and she jumped into a hot spring. Following the dog significantly burned, her father pulled her and the dog from Maiden's Grove Spring before taking her to park rangers for some first aid, and then she was transported quickly to the Eastern Idaho Regional Medical Center. Officials don't know the current status of the 20-year-old or her dog. And coming to you from our New England Bureau of USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And we are back on a Friday, TGIF. Here we are, already 8th day of October coming on. I'll jump right back into the email here. First off, under the headline, found ya. Steve, I just found your show on YouTube. I had been listening to you and your dad since the 80s. I pulled for Castellini in Cincinnati as a young man. I heard a familiar voice tonight, aside from your own. The caller named Big Moose. Is he the independent that used to haul for Castellini in the mid-'80s? Yeah, the last time I heard him, he was talking to your dad on satellite radio. I'd love to make contact with him again. Hopefully, he's mellowed out some. LOL. I'll be trying the new products, and I'll be listening regularly now. And I hope this platform really propels your career and your show to a whole new level. My name is Gary Schutte. They call me Tinker Tanker. And to answer your question, Gary, yes, that is the Big Moose that pulled for Castellini. Yeah, I'll just, if you don't mind, I'll forward your email to Big Moose, and I'm sure he'd probably be happy to get in contact with you. Some old friends, as they say. So there you go. All right, Hobo Jack sent me a photograph here, Chris. It says, thank you very much, Chris, for keeping Steve on the air. Here's a picture of what your Gasoline Extreme and Stiction Eliminator did for my 2018 Chevy Silverado, 34.6 miles per gallon, the best so far. So sent me the photograph of the, I guess it's from the dash display, and it's got fuel economy the last 25 miles, average 17.1, best 34.6. He said those numbers are up greatly after using your products.
That's good to hear. That's been my experience also. All the testing we did, that's right in line with what it did. We have a system with bringing products through, and we start off in the lab and we test all different formulas, different products that we can get our hands on. Once we narrow down to the top 2 or 3, we do road tests. We actually send them out on the road, and we try to be as scientific as we can about it. So we wait for a day when the weather's going to be the same all day long. So it can't rain or do anything. The wind can't pick up. And we start the car off here on State Route 71, and he logs in. We hook up a computer to the thing that you plug into there, and then put it on like an iPad, and then we monitor it as it goes. We set the cruise control at 60 miles an hour, so we're going slower than the rest of the traffic, and everybody has to kind of go around us. But then we go, say, 50 miles, and then we log in the data, get off the freeway, add a treatment to it. That's our baseline. Then we add a treatment, whether it's fuel additive, oil additive, or a combination of both. We go all the way back to the place we started. So you go back down south on 71 and then get back on, then you start over again, right at the same mile marker, hit the cruise control again so that you're not changing anything. So when we're done, we should have a screenshot that says the exact same miles, exact same time, same everything, except the fuel economy should be different. Mm-hmm. And we've done this probably hundreds of different formulas and things that we've done. A lot of times in the summer, we'll use interns to do that. We'll use different vehicles. We'll try new ones, old ones. Really looking for any anomalies or things. We're always looking for something consistent because we don't want to say it'll do something if it won't. Once we know for sure that this is consistent, it works, then we take it to a dyno and we'll run it on a dyno the same way just to make sure that we've got something that we can publish. So we back it up with a lot of science. We're not just making claims. We do the test to make sure it works.
All right, let's see here. As we get back to the calls, first, I got a heads up from Scooter. Steve, heads up to the drivers again tonight. Something has traffic stopped and backed up to mile marker 89 on I-75 southbound, just south of Sydney, Ohio. So here we sit again. Now, 24 hours ago, that's of course when they had the officer who had been shot. The manhunt was underway and had the interstate shut down there. Have no idea what's going on tonight, but thanks for the heads up, Scooter. Tom, I believe it is, checking in this morning. Good morning, Tom.
It's actually Dom with a D.
Hello,
Sorry.
Don.
Hey, I wanted to say thanks for fielding my call in the first place. This is the first time I've ever listened to you guys. And I just had a quick question for Chris. We bought my wife a Honda Odyssey, and it's got that stupid variable cylinder management system in it. And everything that I've looked into about it, I've only heard horror stories about the carbon buildup in the engine and the terror that it wreaks on the torque converter. I was wondering if you had a product to help with that carbon buildup in the engine from the cylinder shutting off that I want to run through the system before I put in the VCM delete in that thing so it stops doing that.
Before you put the ECM delete in, run the stiction eliminator, and you're only going to need about 8 ounces of stiction eliminator. And then I would run the gasoline extreme at the same time, not necessarily because it's going to help that problem, but it's like a complete cleanup. We call it a complete system cleanup. You're cleaning the fuel side and the oil side. So in theory and in practicality, if you were to send a scope down there and take a bunch of pictures of it and run it, you would see a bunch of buildup and varnish and black crusty stuff after it's been burnt. Afterwards, it should look clean as a whistle. Now, the stiction eliminator, there are no solvents in it. That's really what we've done that's been unique in the industry. A lot of people have engine flushes and things of that nature, but in essence, there's some sort of solvent, and they do clean, but the problem is they break down what's called hydrodynamic lubrication, and they create abrasive wear. So if you can imagine, your bearings and things and the lubricant going between it, breaking that down to where now you have metal.
Tear up the seals and gaskets too.
Yep, exactly right. So what we've done that was, again, it was really unique. We use what are called Group 5 esters, and it's a synthetic man-made product, and there's thousands of them. But we found 2 of them that are really complementary. One's very polar, and the other one has a lot of cleaning capacity, and then we added to that a nano lubricant. So in essence, what we're able to do is go in and clean and lubricate at the same time. So instead of having more wear with our product, stiction eliminator, we were actually able to reduce the wear by 62%. Now that's significant, but on top of that, the longer you leave it in there, the more it cleans. So it's not just safe, but it actually super lubricates the inside of the engine as it's cleaning all that out of there. So you want to put it in there for like 5,000 miles, and you should notice a difference, probably within 200 to 300 miles, but by the 5,000 miles done, we pulled, heads off and things here to take pictures of it, and it's clean. I mean, it looks like a brand new engine when we're done. So it should fix your problem.
All right, cool. Yeah, because we bought it used off of a lease, and I kind of want to give it the best fresh start we can because we're going to need it. We got a lot of kids. So.
Oh, my kind of guy. How many kids have you got?
I've got 3 currently.
3. Oh.
Chris has.
We have 6 kids. So.
Chris has double that.
Oh, well, she's got 2 as well. So.
Oh, so now you're at 5.
Yeah, we got a full van.
All right. You're my kind of guy. I like that. Kids are
kind of a circus.
That's right. Well, it is that too. Wait till you get grandkids. It's even more fun.
Well, I'm only 29, so hopefully I've got some time before that happens.
There you go.
Hopefully. Excellent. Well, let us know how that works. Okay.
Yeah, I definitely will.
Okay.
I guess that's a good place to. I got an email from Vic a few minutes ago, and what he was just talking about there. He said, Steve, Chris might be familiar with a GM additive called EOS from the 1970s for the Cadillac 468 of that era, which might be of some use in developing something, an additive for these new variable cylinder engines. Yeah, what is a variable cylinder engine? I'm not even familiar with what that means.
He's probably talking about they call it active fuel management now, where they're shutting down those cylinders. That would be my guess. I do remember them experimenting on those early on. I'm not familiar with it because I wasn't as much into the automotive industry as I was in the industrial market. But I know, that they did try this and tried to perfect it over the years. And the idea, again, just better fuel economy. When you're on a freeway and you're on cruise, you don't need all 8 cylinders going. So that's probably what he's talking about. I'll look into it. I'm not familiar with it, but the EOS additive for General Motors, I'll check and see what it was.
Okay. So it's if you got a V8 and you're at highway speed, it just it knocks you down to like a V6 sort of thing?
More like a V4. So
Really?
If you have, like four cylinders on each side, 4 of them shut down, and you just have 4 of them going.
That's pretty wild.
The problem is, again, you've got all that oil in there, and you've got a hot engine, so now it's just kind of sitting around baking. Same thing happens on turbos, and that's a new future for the stiction eliminator. Also, is turbos. As they keep pushing the fuel economy standards forward. I was at a seminar with Lubrizol, and they said it was like 60% of cars by 2025 are going to have turbochargers on them. And the reason is you can get as much power out of a 4-cylinder turbocharged engine as you can a 6-cylinder. So you have a lot less weight, a lot less fuel consumption. The problem is that, the turbo's spinning at, high speeds, and it's creating a lot of heat because it has exhaust gases in it. So those things can get 800-900 degrees. Then you shut the vehicle down. Now there's no oil pumping through it. So the oil just sits in there and sizzles on the bearing. And the bearings aren't very big. So, when you pull a turbo apart and you look at the bearing, it's black and it's black. I mean, it's black and crusty. So the stiction eliminator will keep that clean and keep that so that it's running right. That was one of the first things when we first started making the stiction eliminator. A lot of drivers were calling in and telling me that they can hear their turbo, like when they shut the truck down, it's like spinning. They're like, I'd never heard it do that. So I think that you just get a little bit of buildup on there, and then it doesn't spool up as quickly. You don't get as much power from it. So that's another area that we're able to affect change.
I got an email from Big Moose, who said that variable cylinder system in the 80s was a 750-pound turd. We used to hotwire him to just run on all 8. So Okay, just a big piece of crap, in other words. Hey, we get a quick 2-minute timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive. You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, right back to your calls here on a Friday morning. Next up, we get, let's see, Cue Ball. What's happening this morning?
Good morning, Steve. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning.
Yeah, I called about the winter and fuel, but since we got on the topic of cylinder cutoff, I was not around when Cadillac came up with that, as Moose calls, 750-pound turd, but I know of it. The problem with Cadillac, what they did back then, they had a few they had a couple of bad ideas. The 864 was one of them. Long story short, what Cadillac did, with my understanding, was they shut it down by diverting air and stopping the air from going into the cylinders in the intake of the engine. They didn't deactivate the valves, like they do now. And what was killing them, and I don't understand why, but I've seen it before. If you ever ran an engine a long time with a fouled-out plug where you have a cylinder that isn't doing anything and your piston is just going along for the ride, it would take the bearings out of it. Now, why that happens, I don't know, but it does. And that's what was killing them Cadillacs. First time I ever heard about that again in my lifetime was when Chrysler came out with the 300 and then put the Gen 3 Hemi in it, called it the 300C. That was the big four-door car that kind of looks like a four-man Bentley. And I asked them when I was looking at buying one all them years ago, it was like mid-2000s-ish, how they solved the problem that killed the Cadillac 864, and they really couldn't explain it to me other than they allowed the lifters to collapse, thus shutting the valves down. So now, not only they cut the fuel off by killing the injector, but they also flatten the lifters and the intake, and the exhaust valves no longer open and close, but your piston is still going along for the ride. How they solve the bearing issues, I don't know. I just bought a 2021 Ram with a 6.4 Hemi, and I didn't know it had what Chrysler or Ram or whoever, FCA now calls MDS, multiple displacement system. Same damn thing. And it sounds, when it runs, it sounds absolutely terrible. When it's running on that, it lights up a little thing on your dash. It's ECO in green, of course. Which, as far as I'm concerned, it should be red and red, meaning hit the gas, you're not giving enough power. But because I tow so much with my truck, it really doesn't use that a lot. But when it does, it sounds horrible. And I'm hoping that doesn't become an issue. I'm planning on deleting that after the warranty is out on that truck. So that's basically what I know of that system. Now, Chris, the question I had for you was, right now I'm sitting in an old Peterbilt with a 3406B Caterpillar. One of my biggest concerns, I had a little issue with this last year, is this thing freezing up and gelling the fuel in the winter. Now, I'm sure you know this. I'll just explain it for others that don't. When I had my I've never ran an emissions motor. I never owned one, hopefully never will. My 99 379 originally came with a 3406E Caterpillar, which was the electronic one. And what it did was it would pull the fuel out of the tank, send it through the filter, and then up into the head. And what the engine, which obviously the head's up to operating temperature, and what the engine didn't burn, it sent back to the tanks, which is why if you ever idled in a snowstorm, there's never any snow sticking to your tanks. The tanks are warm. This 3406B is a fully mechanical engine. There's no ECM. So what this engine does is use the transfer pump to pull the fuel out of the tank, sends it to the 6 separate injectors, which are on a, lack of a better term, another unit bolted to the gear case next to the engine block, not part of the engine block. No coolant goes through it. And what it doesn't use, it sends back to the fuel tank. And it's very little of ever goes back to the fuel tank. It's literally a quarter inch line. I think I pee faster than the engine sends fuel back to the tank. Hence, the fuel is always cold. Do you guys offer, what do you guys do for the anti-gel side of things for, your wintertime use? Because this thing does not like the cold.
Yes, we do. We have two products. One is called Diesel Winter Rescue, and that is a product that will thaw out the fuel once you're gelled. I recommend keeping a bottle of that around just in case of an emergency. But the trick for diesel fuel, for everybody, I know most of you guys know this, but diesel fuel has wax in it. And what happens is as it gets cold, the wax starts to solidify, and that's called the cloud point of the fuel. Now, once it starts to solidify, it starts to stick together and coagulate and creates like platelets in there. And then that is, where they start calling, what they talk about the cold filter plug point. And so what we do is we make a special anti-gel. We call it Diesel Winter Anti-Gel, or DWAG for short. They're coming out with a new name for it because, again, they told me I'm not good at that, which is fine. The new name is going to be EDT Plus Winter something. I don't remember. But, the point is, there is an anti-gel on our website that you can get, and it's going to start showing up at truck stops now. And when we came up with it, we tested everything we can get our hands on the shelf, and we put it in there. Now, a couple things to understand about winter anti-gel. I'll give you guys the backstory because it's kind of interesting. Winter anti-gels, they have like a product called vinyl acetate in them, and it is a solid when they start. So the more you dilute it, the lower the temperature of the product itself can go. We call that the neat product. The stronger the product, the quicker it wants to gel on its own, which is weird. You're thinking, okay, if this is gelling up outside, then how's it going to keep my diesel fuel from gelling? So we tried to make a really robust product that was much, much stronger than everything else on the market. We did add a lot of cetane boost to it, which helps the truck get started faster. And we have, again, I'm trying to think of how not to get too boring and complicated about it. There's another product that they're called anti-wax settling agent. and winter. And so one of the things that the two things we want to do is one is break up the wax, first of all, and keep it from being able to touch each other. So if you can imagine putting it into little tiny pieces and then coating it with lubricity so that they can't stick to each other, so that it continues to flow and it lowers the cold filter plug point. But then the other problem is, in the last 10 years, we have this settling problem where, like other products, if they don't have the anti-wax settling in it, it drops to the bottom of the tank. Now, the problem with the anti-wax settling agent is really expensive. It's almost as much as the anti-gel. So I don't think anybody on the market on a retail shelf uses it, but it is what the U.S. military uses. So if you buy our D-WAG, not only is it the strongest anti-gel that you can buy, but it's also the same components that the military is using for their jets and their planes. It's extremely efficient. Like we've gotten pour points down below 160 and 170 on certain fuels. Now the hard part about anybody that's working in that arena is every fuel is so much different. The pour points change. I mean, people fuel in Ohio versus Louisiana, they're totally different. So we had to try to blend something that would work in every fuel across the country. And we've done a good job, better than anybody else that we can find. But you always want to try to treat the fuel before you hit the cloud point. So once it hits the cloud point, it's harder to treat. It can still work, it's just harder. So what I did when I was driving truck is just every tank, whenever I was filling up, I always put some anti-gel in it to keep it from ever gelling up on me. That makes sense, or should I give you more clarification on that?
Let's get our news break in, and I'll come back. We'll finish up with Cue Ball right after this, as we'll get caught up to Steve Sommers' Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
President Biden will be restoring protections to national monuments that were reduced or removed under the Trump administration. A White House fact sheet about the upcoming changes indicates the protections will be restored for places like Bears Ears and Grand Staircase Escalante in Utah. Protections also returning to the Northeast Canyon and Seamounts Marine National Monument off the coast of New England, which the protections are returning soon, according to a White House spokesman. The Senate approving that short-term extension of the nation's debt limit. Senators voting to raise it.
We have reached agreement to extend the debt ceiling through early December.
The Senate is moving toward the plan I laid out yesterday to spare the American people a manufactured crisis.
It still has to win House approval. It's expected to win it and will then head to the president's desk. And now this.
Why do you think bank presidents and jewelry store owners trust ADT to protect their homes and businesses? Because they feel safe, and you can too. How would you like to monitor your home from fire, floods, and yes, robberies without even being there right from your smartphone? That is peace of mind. You may even save money on your homeowner's insurance just by having an ADT system installed. And there's even a money-back guarantee. How about that? We guarantee 100% satisfaction. You have nothing to risk. Why do you think people who have so much to protect trust ADT? Because it works. Call right now for a free quote. We'll even give you a free gift for calling. So pick up your phone and call Protect Your Home, an ADT authorized premier provider now.
800-818-0191. 800-818-0191. 800-818-0191. That's 800-818-0191.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All righty, back at it here on a Friday morning. TGIF, as they say. Hey, heads up before we get back to your calls under the industry headlines. This weekend, multiple law enforcement agencies going to be coming together for a major traffic enforcement campaign. This is the 6-State Trooper Project that begins Friday at 12:01 a.m., continuing through Sunday at the midnight hour. Troopers will be on the lookout for speed, safety belt, impaired driving violations. A part of the 6-State Trooper Project partnership, the Ohio State Highway Patrol says they're going to be concentrating efforts along I-70, along with the Indiana State Police and the Pennsylvania State Police. Every traffic stop we make is a chance for troopers to educate motorists on safe driving habits, according to Colonel Fombro with the patrol. We're committed to reducing unsafe driving behaviors on all of Ohio's roadways, including the more than 225 miles that make up Interstate 70. They're focusing on 70. They say since last year, there have been more than 4,700 crashes on I-70 in Ohio, including 27 fatal crashes. Of those 27 fatals, 56% involved alcohol and or drugs. 26% were speed-related. Troopers have arrested nearly 1,000 motorists impaired by alcohol and or drugs on I-70 since 2020. So you've been forewarned. Heads up. 6-state trooper project. All right, welcome back, Chris, and let me get back and finish up with, because I had to take care of the news break there. Cue Ball got you back on. Did he pretty much address your question or anything else?
Oh, yeah, no, we're good, pretty much. I was just trying to figure out what my options were for the NIL, because what I was using last year didn't work so well. And twice I had to almost not make the truck to get the truck home in the cold, so I don't want to have a repeat of last year.
Was there anti-gel in the fuel?
Yeah, I may have gotten it late, though. You know what I mean? Like you were saying, it may have started clouding over before I put it in. I'm not really sure. Now, usually when I fuel up, now when I put anti-gel in the tanks, I've always done it when the tanks were low. That way it'll mix up as you're filling it. Because remember, I don't have much of a fuel return, and I only draw out of one side. I have the old style crossover line between the two tanks, so everything on my passenger side, there's no return. It's just the drain out the bottom. You know what I mean? That it crosses over the other tank. So it's not like a modern truck that'll mix the fuel as you drive. You know, so I always put it in when it's almost empty. But you know, before I add fuel, that would adding the fuel will help mix it in. But
what state did you pull the fuel from?
I'm thinking Indiana or Ohio, but by the time I had gotten to Wisconsin, the last time I was having issues, it was around 15 below. That's actual temperature, not wind chill scared old ladies and children. Actually 15 below by the time I was coming around Oshkosh. And by the time I had gotten up to around the Appleton area, because I live up by Green Bay, by the time I got to the Appleton area, my fuel pressure was running real low. And any kind of, it was obviously gelling. Anytime I started coming up to any kind of a hill, the fuel pressure would drop to damn near nothing. And then she would start misfiring. Then you come off the throttle, let it slowly build up fuel pressure and up so it'll run fairly normally. And then the cure was, by the time when I got it home, I have a heated shop. So I just kept it idling, backed it into the shop, and put new filters on it the next morning. But I think it was Ohio or Indiana where I got the fuel.
So that the diesel winter rescue, and I recommend everybody carry a bottle of that. It's kind of like the diesel 911 that PowerServe sells. And so like in a case like that, I would have pulled over and put that in there and let it circulate. That'll break that down really quick. It's not a long-term solution, but it's definitely good for that type of deal. Fuels are really strange. I mean, some of them are really hard to treat depending on where it comes from. I know the Enron refinery over in West Virginia is tough. I mean, they do some weird things to it. So we get samples, and sometimes we have trouble bringing the pour points down. So, it's okay to add more additive in it. Just make sure you do it early, like you just said, before the cloud point. I'm trying to think of anything else. The other thing is to keep in mind having fresh fuel filters on there before you head out. Those things, they pick up water, because that's part of their function is to take some of the water out. The water's still going to freeze, and it starts to plug up the holes inside the filter. So sometimes it's more that could be the problem than even the wax. So normally when I'm out in the field, I'll look in the tank and see if I see anything floating around. That's a pretty good sign, that we got some gelling issues. If it's, conking out like you just said, without that being the case, then I usually look towards the fuel filter and see if there's something happening there. Again, if it's absorbed moisture, like I've had my fuel filter on all year and then it's November, December, and I didn't think about changing it. First time it gets cold, all of a sudden I'm having problems, and it's because the fuel filter's got a bunch of water from being in there all summer, and it's, clogged up half of the holes, and now the fuel can't flow through it properly.
I'll bring this up, but it might not be part of it might not be something you guys handle or deal with, but used to be when I had that 99 Pete, I used to be able to run about, I used to do my oil changes at about 15,000 miles, okay? And I used to be able to get the full 15,000 out of the fuel filters, because on that truck it had like a fuel water separator can. You just took it apart, it had a screen piece inside, dumped the fuel out, put new fuel in it, spun it on, and then you were done with that. And on the side of the engine was your primary fuel spin-on type canister, fuel filter. Looked like a giant oil filter, but for fuel.
Right.
But then all of a sudden, I forget, it was something that they did with the fuel. I can't remember when it was. It was quite a while ago. And then all of a sudden, I every now and again, I started having the fuel, the filter start jamming up. Then you watch a fuel pressure gauge, it wouldn't rise like it should. And then you had to start looking at the filter. So usually if it happened, it was around 11 or 12,000 mile range. Now, when I bought this truck, which is an 84 Peterbilt with that V model cat, I never had, I think it was the first two services I had, I was able to get the full service on the fuel filters. But then all of a sudden, and I'm not kidding you, I about half the service life out of the filters, and it doesn't matter, winter, summer, it don't matter. I cannot get a full service out of a set of fuel filters in this truck any longer. And I'm starting to wonder if it ain't that algae issue or not. But, I've heard all kinds of different ways to kill algae in fuel systems. I don't know if that's my problem or not. But right now I do my normal service, but in the middle of the normal service, I change fuel filters. I never had that problem again. However, it hasn't become winter yet. I haven't dealt with the gelling issue yet this year.
So what's happened over the last couple of years, they've started tightening down the micron rating on the fuel filters. I don't know obviously I don't know what fuel filter you're using, but somewhere on there it should give you a micron rating. So they, because the injectors on the newer trucks were closing down on the tolerances, they wanted to get more of the microscopic dirt out so there wasn't scar in the inside. And that, that could be the issue. I mean, they could have just made the holes smaller so they're clogging up faster with dirtier fuel. You might try switching brands. I know, like, we switched a lot of our fleet customers over to like a polyester type filter or a synthetic filter media, because it had more holes that were aligned better. I'm trying to think of how to explain this on the radio. Normally I have a whiteboard and I draw pictures, but if you can imagine like a Swiss cheese type of look, and that's what the paper media looks like, where the synthetic filters have, exact rows of holes, so it allows more fuel to flow through them. We've gotten really good results from those in terms of checking fuel cleanliness. So I'm assuming, and longevity too. So you might look at the brand of filters and see if you can find something that works a little bit better for what you're doing.
You bring up a point. I might have done that. I might have changed it, because when I rebuilt the engine, I started going with the Caterpillar filters. But when I first bought the truck, I was going with an all-brand filter. I figured, well, the engine was not going to last very long because it was an original engine to the truck. So when I rebuilt it, I said, you know what, I put all this money in the engine, I'll get the better filters for it. That might have been around the same time. I'm not really sure, but it could be. I don't know. I got to look into that. I never thought about. I kind of thought they were kind of almost all the same to a point, but I'll look into that. That's something to think about. Appreciate the advice on that.
Oh, anytime, man. Anytime. Let us know if there's more. As you get more information, let us know so we can troubleshoot through it.
All right, it will do.
Q-Ball, thank you so much. Great to have you with us here on a Friday morning. There you go. Chevy Guy got you coming up right after this 2-minute timeout on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So I guess Fred was listening into the conversation there with Cue Ball, and I guess he's agreeing with you. He said that's why he gels. Only part of his fuel ever gets heated. So it takes about 2 hours to change that to a dual feed, dual return, which Fred thinks that would cure the issue for him. So, Fred, good to have you with us. Thank you very much. Jolly Green Giants on board this morning. Morning, Steve and Chris and all the cartoon characters out there. All right, Chevy Guy, been hanging in there, patiently waiting. Morning, Chevy Guy.
Well, where else would I be? Right, isn't it? Hey, Chris, I loved it. Horse Feathers was doing his best to dig right into heat wave over the, is there something to lubricate his house with, roof with? And sure enough, you had something to lubricate the man's roof with. Way to go. Boy, I ain't never heard a joke get tore up so bad in my life. I'm out here just laughing. Nice try there, Horse Feathers. This is good. Now, I'll tell you what, you got a good testimony there with Moose. Now, him and I disagree, bump heads a little bit. He's a bit younger than me, right behind his ears. So one of these days he'll come around.
Oh boy!
Let me tell you something. There's things when Moose says it's you can bank on it, and that's music, Cadillac cars, antique cars, and I'll tell you what is trucks. If the man says the wheel hubs were cooler, I guarantee you them wheel hubs were cooler. That man does not lie about machinery. I can tell you that. He going down the road, he tells. I told him everybody's saying this thing's got bad fuel. Fuel mileage. I don't think I'm going to be able to keep it. He gives me advice. I tell him what the RPMs are and the speed. And over the phone one Saturday morning, he explains to me it's got smaller rear ends in it. Ever since then, I've backed off. I don't run this thing over 60 miles an hour. A W900, mind you, there's a lot of people scratching their heads. But I've increased the fuel mileage just by doing that. And believe it or not, I'm using less oil. But it's a 2004, But I just want to tell you, I appreciate your sponsorship of this program, and also Power Nation. I was able to watch an episode on Power Nation, and they had the S10 diesel pickup, and was amazed. It had that diagnostic engine explosion failure. I could not believe it. An engine would do that. That's the first time I ever seen one disintegrate. But the boy stood there and said, all they did to gain speed on that track was to put your product into their motor, and you guys were locked in together from then on out. And appreciate what you do. Just give you an opportunity. How's your tire eating machine coming?
We're getting there. So it's delivered. We've been hooking up power to it. For those of you that don't know, we made a machine that takes tire shreds, and after the tire's been shredded up like mulch, and it breaks it down into carbon black, gas, and oil, the basic elements that are in there. The gas is recaptured, and then it goes into a generator to run this mobile platform. We put it on semi-truck beds, like one's a 53-foot flatbed. There's an office on there and a place to monitor all the equipment, all that type of thing. And the idea is to be able to deploy, if you have a used tire mount somewhere, like 20 of these or 30 of them, whatever you need to clean that up. And then each machine makes, a couple $1 million worth of profit a year because the carbon black can be sold and the oil can be sold. It took so much power to make it work, we didn't have enough to pull off the grid here. So we have a diesel generator. They've hooked up all the plumbing, the cooling tower. Once we get it, probably by next week, we'll have it fired up some more and running. Then we'll be able to see the BTU content of the gas, and then we'll be able to size up the generator for it, and then that'll be phase 2 of it. So we've already, it should be a big deal. It's really exciting. It's coming together. It's just been a long haul, so to speak.
You realize what you'll be doing when you're successful? You're all of a sudden, you won't be finding rubber gators laying in the road. You won't find old tires that were just discarded laying up against guardrails. You'll look over there and you'll see people digging tires out of creeks, trying to get that rubber out of there because it all of a sudden a worthless object will all of a sudden become valuable. And I want to really appreciate talented people. This program has brought us together with Moose, an amazing talented young man, and also you. And for us, it seems like all we do is go to work, bust our tail, and do the best we can, and go home, fix dinner, and then have maybe an hour with your wife or so, and then you put in a good 5 hours sleep, and that's our day. You all must just keep, when you go to sleep, your brain must just keep working. I don't know how y'all do it. So just wanted to say I appreciate you and appreciate you helping Steve keep us awake at night. Other than that, I will sit back, copy the mail, and enjoy the rest of the program. How about it?
Thank you much, Chevy Guy.
Great. Well, thank you very much. Yep.
There you go. Have a good weekend, Chevy Guy. Be safe out there in your travels. Let me see here real quick. Let me jump over email. Chris, I've got a 2017 Silverado with a 5.3 V8. Like on flat ground or on downgrade, it shuts itself to a V4. Anyway, I got it serviced on Monday. On my next service, how much stiction eliminator do I put in and gas extreme as well?
So I would put in 8 ounces of the stiction eliminator at the next oil change, and then the bottle of gasoline extreme will tell you how many ounces to put on there, and I can't grab it quick enough, but it only takes a couple ounces per treatment, depending on how big the tank is on there.
Right, yeah,
but it's most likely going to be somewhere around 8 ounces, maybe.
That's going to vary from if you're 5 gallons, 10 gallons, 20, depends on how much you're going to get. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, the bottle will tell you how much to put in there. Thank you so much, Justin, and let us know. He said right now he's showing 29.2 as his best mileage and 22.9 as his average mileage. So I guess he's wanting to see if he can bump that up a bit. All right, top of the hour. Hey, we're up to the...
If we can go to 34?
Get it to 34? Yeah, I bet you can. We reached the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Friday news update, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
President Biden making another pitch to get American workers vaccinated, visiting a factory in the Chicago area to promote his COVID-19 vaccine mandate. It applies to companies with 100 or more employees, and he does concede.
I know the vaccination requirements are tough medicine. Unpopular with some, politics for others, but they're life-saving.
The federal rule is pending, but some big companies have already gone ahead with vaccine requirements. Wall Street still rebounding after that deal was reached in the U.S. Senate today to extend the debt limit, and also there was some good economic news from the Labor Department about lower first-time jobless claims last week. And with tech stocks leading the way, all three indexes finished higher, the Dow gaining about 1%. The NASDAQ up 152 points to close at 14,654. This is USA Radio News.
You know, a lot of times you have to choose between something high quality or something that saves you money. But if you can get both, why not? Especially when it comes to healthcare. And that's MediShare. You get both. The typical family saves $500 a month switching to MediShare. And that's huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. It's because MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge PPO network. So yeah, really, you could save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. If you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number you need. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
They now say that spill off the coast of California may be significantly smaller than first estimated. They initially said about 126,000 gallons of crude oil spilled from a pipeline into the ocean. Then they scaled it up to about 144,000 as of Wednesday afternoon. But now, on Thursday, a local official said he heard it could be as little as 30,000 gallons. In any case, the cleanup continues, and it has devastated beaches nearby, with Huntington Beach still closed after dead birds and fish were washing up on shore. Meanwhile, in the wake of the disaster, there are new calls to end offshore oil extraction, and a student activist, Tabitha Turner with CalPERG, was at UC Irvine saying a massive spill back in 1969 is what spurred activists then to call for stronger environmental protections.
Let's make my generation the last to experience these devastating oil spills.
This is USA Radio News.
Lights out, everybody.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet.
Pleasant dreams.
The greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
A new study of interest to women published in the Journal of the American Heart Association today. 2 environmental factors, they say, may play a role in the increased risk of heart failure in women. That's what the study says, that prolonged exposure to road noise and to common air pollutants seem to have an impact on the heart's ability to pump blood, especially in women. A Fort Campbell soldier in Kentucky is being charged with murder. Sergeant First Class Joseph Santiago arrested last month. That was a day after his pregnant wife was found dead. Sergeant Santiago is also facing a charge for the injury of an unborn child. One of the biggest events of its kind, the New York Comic Con, is open. It's an in-person event this year at the Javits Center in New York City, and tens of thousands are expected to attend the 4-day Fan Fest before the weekend is over. There are pandemic rules in place, including the fact that you've got to show proof you were vaccinated, you've got to mask up, and you'll be subject to temperature checks. But most folks, reporters were talking to on day one, including this guy, said they didn't care as long as they were able to go in person this year.
This is such a great way to finally have things opening up. This is much missed here in New York.
Among those on hand live to shake hands and sign autographs, William Shatner and George Takei of the original Star Trek. And for USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, back on a Friday. Let's get right back to the calls here. Packed and stacked. Where you been, Knuckle Buster?
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers, Mr. Christopher Belchick.
Good morning.
Well, Steve, read the back of the bottle. When all else fails, just follow directions. That's the best thing to do. Make sure you measure out exactly what you're supposed to put in there. Let's get the important stuff out of the way here. I-30 West, right outside Texarkana, Arkansas, at about exit 12 there, get in the right-hand lane because you're going to do a DOT inspection on the bottom side of that big truck that's laid over in the left lane there, right?
Oh, boy.
And, they had a bunch of state troopers there. They won't be writing no speeding tickets tonight because they're all keeping everybody off that truck. Chris, I'm glad you didn't have another one of them VIP meetings like you did last Friday because when I have a VIP meeting with Mama Knucklebuster, they always make me nervous about what she's going to keep my butt out about, right? And, Steve, I've got a 2019 Chevy Silverado. As long as it's on flat land, it only runs on 4 cylinders. When you get to pulling stuff when it does the 8. But it'll show you on the dash there. It says V4 and then V8 and then, but that's Mama Knucklebuster's pickup. She said she bought it for me, but give me the payment book. And then, she's the only one that drives it. She's the only one that drives it. That's right. That mile per gallon thing, I keep my 11.5 boot out of that throttle body. It gets a whole lot better fuel mileage there on that 2004 F-150 I drive there. And Chris, I'm sorry, but I don't buy anti-gel. I'm a fair weather truck driver. I don't go anywhere where it's that damn cold there, right? I get all my Hot Shot Secret products from the truck stops there. I get points for fueling up there. I've got $156 in points right now. Any suggestions on what I should buy with them points at the truck stop?
Well, I would say you need to get. Have you run Diesel Extreme recently?
Oh yeah, I buy the stiction eliminator and all that stuff. So I guess I could just keep on getting that stuff, right?
The stiction eliminator or the everyday diesel treatment, and then we should have some new products coming out there too. They're working on that.
All right, well that's good. I'll just have to buy some of them too there. All right, well, let me ask you, both of you, a question. Do you think you would recognize Mick Jagger if you saw him in a bar drinking a beer?
I don't think I would.
I don't know that I would.
Well, they didn't over in Charlotte, North Carolina either, because he posted a picture of himself in front of this bar over there. It says just a night out on the town at the Thirsty Beaver. And nobody in there recognized him at all. So that's kind of funny, I think most entertainers would like to do that a bunch, just go out and have a good beer, be like a regular old Joe, and not get caught at it there. Chris, how's your tire recycling going?
We were just talking about that. We're getting there. We had one of the control panels need to replace this week, and they got power to it, and they're going to run just carbon black through it for a week to make sure that all the feeds and speeds are right. And then next week we're going to start running tires through it. So it's all set up at the back parking lot, and we're anxious to get it going and see how it works. They're already making plans for how to re-engineer a few things and make the version 2.0 even better. So it's coming. It's a big project, so it's not the kind of thing you just want to, take off and run with. But I would say by the next time I'm on, I should be able to give a report that we're running tires and everything's working good.
But it's not cheap either, is it?
No, it's not. Not even a little bit.
Oh, I know that's right. Hey, Steve, you got a smart boss, man. Promise you. All right, well, both of you have a great weekend there. And Steve, get ready because I'll be having you rolling in the floor next week. But
all right, we've been missing you this week. He's been out of commission. All right, who's next up there? Would that be the Carolina Monkey Gouger?
Action, and dust. If it wasn't for Hot Shot Secret, the left lane would rust. Pour a bottle in and put that old diesel back to stepping. How y'all doing tonight?
Doing well.
Doing great. I'm not doing as good as you. Man, you got all kinds of energy.
I've been drinking that 40-weight coffee tonight, staying up so I could talk to y'all. But, Chris, last time I got to talk to you, you just told me about a product you had about taking the water out of gas. And so I called up there the next morning, and I asked for Kyle. Kyle wasn't there, so they put me back there to the back. And I'm talking to the gentleman, and I said, look here, the boss man told me to call up here. And it said, y'all had something to take gas out of outboard motor tank. He said, yeah, we do. So we got a product that'll work out great. And I said, well, he said, you send me a bottle. He said, who is this? I said, you tell the boss Carolina Monkey Gouger call. Real interesting guy. Had a lot of fun with him. But anyway, I got the bottle of stuff, put it in the outboard motor tank, went to the lake, run it, didn't have no problems. I said, well, that stuff here must work pretty good. So I put it in a lawnmower, put it in the ATV, and I even put some in that old pickup I got. And so far, we hadn't had no water troubles. That stuff worked really great. I want to appreciate you for sending that to me. And,
you're welcome.
Sorry it took me so long to get back to you. But this is a Slickum deal. I had never got to use none of it. And I've been listening to Moose, and tonight he give us a breakdown on it. We got to get this stuff on the market. That's just all there is to it. Because, everybody wants Slickum. And so he told us what all he done with it, and the hub test and all that stuff. So, I'm sold on it. And I think it's going to be another great product.
All right. I'm gonna send it over to marketing. Listen to the show at 3:13 and get moving on this. Let's get the Slickum out there. People need it.
Get the Slickum. We want it. We need it. Can't get it. We got to have it. But Steve, Chris, there was something else I wanted to ask you about. Going back to this variable motor cutout. I got a 2014 Chevy Silverado. Got the 5.3 in it, and a couple of the boys around home have been experiencing some of the. Of course, my truck got low mileage, and I ain't got but 50,000 miles on it. And some of the guys have been experiencing some of this stuff y'all's talking about, and they went and had put the computer chip in their engine to cut this thing out. But Do you think if we run the friction eliminator that we could bypass paying that $250 for that computer chip?
I think so. Yeah. I mean, the root cause of the problem is the stiction that's building up in there because the oil isn't circulating when those cylinders are shut down. So if we can clean out that area and keep it clean, you should have no problems at all.
Well, you say add about 6 ounces per oil change.
6 to 8 ounces at an oil change, and it should solve all of that.
And that goes directly into the motor, the crankcase, right?
Correct. Just put it in at an oil change, just like on a diesel, but we're going to do it on a gas, and it's just going to take a lot less because there's not near as much oil in there.
So do we leave the engine oil level down a little bit to allow for them 6 ounces, or just go ahead and pour it in on top of the 5 quarts that we already got in there?
I would leave a little bit out, just do it, what I would do is just put it in first and then top off with oil when I'm doing the oil change. That way you got the right amount of oil.
Okay. And then after you treat it a little bit, put the FR3 in it.
You wouldn't need the FR3. It would already be included in the stiction eliminator. You'd already have that in there.
Well, I tell you, I've been using that everyday diesel religiously, and it's been working out real good. I've seen my fuel mileage come up. Notice the truck, when you crank it up in the morning, it ain't sucking you up. These old Caterpillars, they love to, when they first crank up, they blow that soot out the top of them stacks. I've noticed that's really been cut down. So I'm really happy with it. So anyway, we'll let somebody else bump in here, and it was great to talk to you, and thank you again.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for being a listener. We appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Great
We'll
to hear
talk
from you.
later.
Carolina Monkey Gouger. All right, be safe out there. Have a good weekend. I got an email from Steve. I think he spoke to you maybe last time or the time before you were on, and he was having issues with the transmission on his wife's vehicle. He said, Steve, I wanted to give Chris and Hot Shot Secret a big shout out for solving the transmission slippage in my wife's 2.4 Tucson. Shift Restore definitely did the trick. I put the product in, and like magic, the slippage was gone. Thank you so much. There's a testament there for your Shifter Restore. Shift Restore.
The stuff works great. I mean, I know that one show we had almost everybody calling in about that. That is a super product for your transmission.
Okay, then he also said, let's see, are you folks in the process of developing a Blue Diamond oil that will accommodate motors that run either 020 or 520 motor oil?
We certainly are. We actually have the oils, but they have too much additive in them to keep put into a passenger car oil. So what we need to do is find the right additive package that we can make that part of the Blue Diamond line. Our goal for the end of the year is to have the 0W20 and the 520 available in the Blue Diamond for passenger cars.
Okay. So give it some time and it'll be available. All right, we get a 2-minute timeout here. Come back with more of your calls on a Friday with Chris Gabrelchik, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose, Blue Def Platinum. the best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
And just got an email from, who would that be? Dale checking in this morning. Who says, "Hey, Steve and Chris, I'm a 20-year listener starting with your dad, then you. Not a trucker, but I deliver one driveway under 10,000-mile vehicle at a time, door to door, across the country. I've driven to every state except, obviously, Hawaii. You've kept me awake many a night, and the cast of characters that call in are like family that I've never met. I have to this point never called, but I've listened for hundreds of hours and do share your show with truckers that I meet on the road. Anyway, thanks to Chris and Hotshot Secret for sponsoring Steve, who, like his dad, is beyond amazing. A national treasure. Boy, oh boy. Anyway, having a live conservative call-in show overnight is just awesome. My question is concerning my good friend Bill's 2007 Cadillac CTS. His check engine light's on. He's been told he needs to spend well over $1,000 to put a new catalytic converter. And I'm not looking for a guarantee, but I wonder, does Hotshot have a product that might help and get the check engine light off? I'm willing to purchase it for him, and even if it doesn't work, it's worth a try. And it's kind of my part in supporting your awesome company and Steve's awesome show. Anything that could be added for a catalytic converter?
If it's clogged up, it's probably clogged, and there's not much you can do. If it's picking up too much emissions, like, given a fault code, then the gasoline extreme could lower the emissions and make it happy. But at 2007, there's probably a lot of buildup inside there.
Yep.
So it's, it's kind of like just the filter getting clogged up in there.
Okay. All right. Well, Dale, thank you much for listening in. He said, P.S. I'm en route from Upland, California to San Antone, where I live, and I'm driving on I-10 in a 2019 Chevy Equinox. If I could figure out how to do it, I'd get President Trump to call in, as he'd love talking with you and the trucking family who call in. Yeah, I wish you knew how to do that there, Dale. That would be great. All right, let's see who next.
Hey, it might happen, Steve. That would freak you out, wouldn't it?
Yeah, slightly. I'd be speechless.
I'll work on it.
Let's see. Who we got on the line? It's saying GM Attitude calls back in, I don't know. Who we got?
Hey, Fat Kid Brody.
Fat Kid Brody. All right. What's going on this morning?
Morning, gentlemen. Chris, I just want to give you a testimony on a product that nobody calls about, and that's your guys' hand sanitizer. My fiance is a nurse, and I bought a case of the 3 bottles with the pumps.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I bought them for me actually to just keep around. She stole them. She absolutely loves them.
Huh.
Now my question.
Yep, go ahead.
My question to you is that I know that's made under special license. After or if it gets to the point to where those licenses are no longer around, you're gonna still keep manufacturing this stuff because when mama ain't happy, nobody's happy, and I like a happy mama.
Well, we probably would not, but if you call in and order some, you can load up on it. We'll make you an extra good deal on it. It is different from what everybody else had. So if you all remember last year, early in the year when the pandemic first hit, and the FDA put out a special license for people to make hand sanitizer, they switched it to where you could use like corn alcohol, instead of just wood alcohol, things like that. So we brought in a load of the corn alcohol, and man, it had a really, really, really bad smell to it. So we thought, how can we fix this? So we experimented with it in the lab, and we tried a couple different things, but we found one way to get rid of about 90% of the smell. So from that point, we thought, hey, this is good. This is acceptable. And then we were full time making hand sanitizer for, 2 months. And, they gave us they put the license out there on a Tuesday, and we were blending a frac tank of it by Friday and bottling it, I think, on Monday. That's how, or maybe it was on Friday we started bottling it. That's how quickly we were able to get into action on that. And, eventually the bigger companies, the Gojos and the Purells and the Procter & Gamble's, they were able to get up to speed and knock out all the small guys. But for about 6 months there, when it was hard to come by, we were making tons of it. We had 5 shipping stations in here, had everybody that we could find coming in here and helping us process orders. So it was one of those crazy things that we just did, and it seemed to work out pretty well. I don't know if there's a sustainable business in the future for it, because that's one of those things that the big guys know how to do in massive ways. I mean, their machinery and the way they do things, it's really, really large compared to what we do. We're kind of a small custom blender. We do small batches, meaning anywhere from dozens to thousands of bottles, where those bigger companies, they go hundreds of thousands to millions of bottles. And I've been in those plants and seen them, and I've worked in some of them before. It's amazing how fast and efficient their equipment can be. It's really hard to compete with. And that's really a reason why we've never gotten into the commodity items also, not to get too sidetracked here. But early on when the business started growing and I had to figure out, hey, this is really going somewhere. I better learn how to run a business, because I didn't know anything about that. So I started reading business books. It's like, and trying to figure out what the right thing to do is. And, they said, figure out what your strengths are and try to focus on that, and don't try to do the things that you're not good at. That's when I realized there's enough big companies out there making commodity products. They could squish us like a bug. They just have the equipment. They've got the bandwidth. They've got the marketing. Let's stick with the small custom areas where we're solving problems for people, and they don't really want to bother with that. We probably spend more in R&D than a company 10 times our size. We have a lab I think we've got close to $1 million worth of equipment in there. 5 people in our R&D department, and at some points we're running 2 shifts on testing because of there's so much coming through the door. So a lot of the other companies, they actually come to us. Some of the major brands that you see on the shelf, they're coming to us saying, can you make us a product? And we actually R&D and make the product for them.
Well, see, that's how we come across it, because we couldn't get it anywhere else. When the onset of this thing came in, and, did a little Google search, and up come you guys. And she's like, well, can't get it nowhere else. A strange place to get it, but let's try it. So we got it. She absolutely loves it. It is different. It is different. And the thing that I noticed earlier when we were getting it, it was thicker. I don't know. I say, I just told her that maybe it just had a little bit more aloe in it, and than what this, particular formula that you have now does. But
the FDA only approved 2 formulas. One was a pure liquid, the other one was a gel. And we didn't have the stuff to make the gel, so we made the liquid version of it. And at first it was I was so used to the gel that it felt kind of weird. But then after a while it's like I can't handle the gel anymore. It takes too long to dry. The liquid, you spray it on, rub it in, and man, it's gone instantly. So I've actually come to like it a lot better.
Well, that's what she likes about it, because it dries so kind of thick and quick.
Yep.
But anyway, it sounds like I better stock up on some then.
Yeah. So that's what's your recommendation, Chris?
Send me an email. We'll send you a case of it.
Send him an email there. And Brody, it's Chris at lubricationspecialties.com. And Chris, you can set him up with a deal, right?
Yeah, I'll just send him a case of it. I don't know how much longer we're going to be able to keep making it. I'm pretty sure they're going to pull the license here pretty soon.
All right,
man, that's a shame. It's a good product.
Okay, we'll get you some. Send me an email. I'll send you a case.
All righty, thank you, sir.
Thank you for listening. Thanks for supporting the show there, Brody. All right, we got a news break here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
President Biden making another pitch to get American workers vaccinated, visiting a factory in the Chicago area to promote his COVID-19 vaccine mandate. It applies to companies with 100 or more employees, and he does concede.
I know the vaccination requirements are tough medicine. Unpopular with some, politics for others, but they're life-saving.
The federal rule is pending, but some big companies have already gone ahead with vaccine requirements. Wall Street still rebounding after that deal was reached in the U.S. Senate today to extend the debt limit, and also there was some good economic news from the Labor Department about lower first-time jobless claims last week. And with tech stocks leading the way, all 3 indexes finished higher, the Dow gaining about 1%. The NASDAQ up 152 points to close at 14,654. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Allen Root. I want to tell you about my friends at Tangible Investments. Tangible is among the biggest precious metals and rare coin dealers in America. 35 years in business, billions in sales. They sold one rare coin collection for $15 million, the largest private sale in history at the time. They've been awarded the PNG designation. That means they're the best of the best in the world. But here's the big advantage for you. Tangible might just have the lowest overhead of any precious metals dealers. That means they can afford to give you incredible deals. Tangible will sell you gold at 1% over the New York spot price. Just 1% over the New York spot price? Who does that? No one ever. Just say Root. That's it. You get your gold at a price no one in America can match. This offer is limited to 5 ounces per family. Get started by contacting Tangible Investments at 800-300-8441. That's toll free, 800-300-8441. Be sure to say Root, 800-300-8441, or online at TII1.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, I had a question from a couple of people earlier this week were asking, and I said, I got to remember to ask Chris Friday morning about the gasoline extreme. Off the top of your head, do you know, is that available at like any retail outlets? Diesel extreme is pretty much everywhere, but they were asking about the gasoline extreme.
Not yet. We are working on a bottle that can go through that capless system. I don't have anything with it, but I've rented cars before that had that capless system, so it needs about a 6-inch long nozzle on it. We've got a couple of bottles in it that we're trying out. We're probably going to have one made just for us and get have a die made for it. But the retailers have told us that we need to get that. We need to get a bottle made for it that can work with the capless system.
Okay,
and it's kind of tricky because.
So when you turn the bottle up, you don't know how many ounces you're going to get out, right?
Right. So we're trying to. Well, it's not just that, but it's got to go down inside that second cap part, and if it has threads on it, then it snags inside there, and that little door gets stuck on it. So it's really a tricky engineering question. We got a couple things that our guys came up with, and we're on the track of getting it done, but it's probably going to be first quarter of next year, second quarter before it's on the shelf available to do that. Well, ultimately, what we would like to have is a dosing bottle that works with the capless system, so you could put 2 ounces in it and then put it right in there. But there's nothing available on the market, so we got to kind of invent our own bottle to make it work.
Gotcha. So that explains. All right. Yeah. Because I didn't even think about that, because we've got that new car and it's got that kind of weird system on it where that little flap is just there, and when you put your nozzle in, I guess if I see if you've got the threaded thing, it's going to try to hook up on it, right?
Yep. And we had it solved. I mean, we had a bottle and we had it made for us, and then we stuck it in there, and the crazy threads got stuck in there. So we're working. We found a bottle that has a interior threaded cap, and it has a smooth outside. So we're trying to see how we can fit that onto our bottle and make that work. The problem with that is trying to get the foil seal on it. So it's just always one thing after another.
Well,
how it goes.
That answers the question, though. Yeah, because I said I'm not sure. I didn't know off the top of my head. I said I know that the Diesel Extremes is widely available. So, all right. Well, let's see. Let's jump down to Florida. Hello, Philip.
Hey, Steve. Hey, Chris. How y'all doing?
Morning.
Good, man.
Hey, Chris. You know what you need? You need a spout that has the threads in the middle of it. You can screw it on the cap. How would that work?
So the threads are inside?
Yeah, you would, the end of a funnel, the spout end that goes in the where you put the product in. You need that. You need an internal thread. You need to have one of those that's like the end that has an internal thread on it that will screw on top of a bottle. You see what I mean?
Yeah. So that's what we were trying to do. But then if we put the internal threads on it, getting the foil seal so they don't leak is the hard part.
Yeah, I see what you mean now. That's
our biggest shipping damage is they leak. It's when you take those bottles and you slam them around in a truck and everything, even with the foil seal, it wants to pop it like a balloon, and then it starts leaking. And then, of course, the stuff we make is really strong, so it smells really bad. And, then it's not good. But we're working on it.
Yeah. To kind of answer Cue Ball's question about what he had going on with his freezing up with his truck, my uncle did this back in the 80s. Did you ever hear of a thing called a hot box, Chris?
I have not.
Okay, so back in the old days, they used to they had a heater that was mounted on the frame rail of the truck, and it was plumbed in with your coolant, and it was plumbed in with your fuel and your oil, and you would run your fluids through it, and it would heat your fluids up as you were going, and it worked off of your battery. And it was back in the old days, the old timers, Moose might know about this, it was called the hot box. And you would plumb everything into this thing, and everything ran through it. Even your fuel, you didn't have a return on it. It wasn't a problem if you didn't have a fuel return, because your fuel would go through this hot box before it got to the motor. And it just heated up enough to where it kept everything warm. You didn't have freeze ups. Your coolant would stay warm. Your oil would stay warm. Your fuel would stay warm. And you wouldn't have a lot of gel ups. The only problem is your gel up would still happen on your tanks because of the returns and everything back in the day. And some of the guys actually rigged return pumps on stuff and put the hot box in there. That was just something they had back in the 80s. The old timers might know about it. My uncle had one on his truck for years. My question to you, Chris, is I've got a lawnmower with a Briggs & Stratton motor on it. And I know what you're going to think. I'm going to talk about the carburetor. It's got one of those stupid plastic carburetors. Have you dealt with those before?
I have not.
Okay, so what they did is Briggs & Stratton went to an all-plastic carburetor, except for the jetting. The jet's in the middle of it. But the thing is, I just had to recently clean mine out. and I had to basically take the carburetor completely apart and clean it out with carb cleaner. And the jet on it is so small, it's about 12 thousandths of an inch, the jet in it for sticking the fuel out. And when you get thick things through it, like, you know, even if you get a little bit of sand, I'm down here in Florida, so naturally sand's everywhere. It's in the air everywhere. And you get it going through your motor, it will clog that up quick. Would your gas treatment work good with that, or that stiction eliminator?
The gasoline extreme would work on everything, but it won't take sand out. I mean, that's a tough one right there. But if any varnish or anything collects in there, or anything that's dissolvable, it'll take that out.
I know I have been told to drill it out. A lot of the lawnmower guys down here, the old timer shop guys down here, they're saying you take and you drill it out about 1,000ths more, and it makes it a little bit better. But I'm not going through it all the time. I'm going through it about every couple of years. You know, I keep up on the mower, service it, do normal things with it, replace the air filter and whatnot. But now about your Slickum, well, is it good on mechanisms as far as like turnbuckles and stuff like that?
So we actually, something like that might apply more to our spray lubricant. We have if I'm thinking the right thing here, so we have a really special spray grease that it's really unique in that it goes through a 2-part system. So the problem with trying to get a grease through a spray bottle is obviously it's just too thick to get out, and then to get through the nozzle. So we have a system that has a bladder down the middle and a special tip that mixes them together when it comes out. So the propellant comes out on one side and the grease comes out on the other. So it goes on. We use it as our RV slide lube. And I have the lab testing it right now for like a fifth wheel grease to see if it could be used for that. But that might be something that would work a little bit better. It stays in there for a long time, like a really long time it holds in. Does that sound more appropriate?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That sounds appropriate. I got a 1966 ZB pedal steel guitar, and it's got to be lubricated, and it uses just a tiny little bit of lubricant. It ain't like massively sprayed on or anything. And I got a lot of linkages on it, and I've got a lot of different areas that need lubrication.
You're talking. Okay, you said a guitar, right?
Yes, sir.
Did I hear you right?
Yes, sir. It's a pedal steel guitar. Yeah, a pedal steel guitar that has a changer that has a lot of mechanisms that pull. I know Moose is probably salivating right now when I'm talking about this, but it's got a changer system that raises and lowers the strings to get your correct tones. And that mechanism, I've used different things on it. I've used a lot of different things. I've used that mystery stuff on it. I've used that Steve's other guy that was on with him years ago. I've used some of his stuff on it, but I have went to a lot of different things with it, and I was just looking for something. I was wondering if that Slickum would work on that.
So the Slickum, something that's thicker and more viscous works better. Is that what you're saying? As opposed,
yeah,
the Slickum would do it, but what we need to do is put that in like a gun oil bottle with a needle tip. The problem with the spray is it's going to come out too much. You're not going to be able to control it as easily.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming you want a more precise applicator.
Absolutely. I need something that's kind of like your Moose. Really, your gun oil, is that pretty good stuff? I mean, Moose highly suggested that I use it on that for that application.
My gun oil. The gun oil would be the first. If you pick up a bottle of that and try that, the one thing to maybe think about is it's not the amount of lubricant that's on there, but it's the actual film that's doing the job. A lot of times when myself included, when you're oiling things or greasing things, you're always thinking more is better. But it's really just the film that you're after. It's, when you think about like a bearing, I know this isn't what you're talking about a guitar, but 80% of bearings fail because they're over greased. And I know that sounds crazy. When I first heard it, I was at a STLE class, and then they showed us pictures of it. And, everybody, myself included, until I learned this, you fill that thing up until you've seen the grease coming back out. And the problem is that you're actually like creating so much fluid friction in there that you're making the bearings themselves kind of distort themselves, and that's what causes them to flake. I mean, the truth is you just need a film around the bearing and film around the steel that the bearing's touching to. Everything else in there is getting in the way. So on your application, like that gun oil, it's going to be a thinner weight, but just putting a little bit and allowing it to penetrate and stay there might be the perfect thing for you. It'll stay there for a long, long time. How often do you have to grease that?
Oh, I do it about every 6 months. It's not something you do all that time. You just do it a little bit at a time. The main shaft sport, you do it about every 6 months. When you put it together, because I have to disassemble it every now and then because, obviously when you start playing music and you start wearing things out, you got components that get worn. You have to change things out. I got a lot of stainless steel, a lot of brass and different things going on with it. It's not just like one metal. It's a bunch of different metals that are used in the components for it. So it's a complicated thing. It'd take a rocket scientist to talk about it on the radio, but
one of the things to keep in mind is that whenever you have brass, you're going to have an adverse reaction if you use anything that's got zinc, phosphorus, or sulfur in it. So that will actually create more wear because it doesn't react well with the brass. But I would start with the gun lube. There's nothing in there that goes against any yellow metals. It's just esters and a nanocarbon. So, and just put less is more in that case. I would clean off everything that you can and just put a drop on every place that you're trying to lubricate and see how long it lasts. If it feels good, then it really might be fine. That might be the best answer. If that doesn't work, then I'll make up a special bottle of the Slickum for you and send it to you.
All right. Thanks, Chris. I appreciate your help. And by the way, my Honda loves your stuff. So thank you very much.
All right.
Yeah. Y'all have a good one, bud.
Have a good morning.
I love it. You too. Thank you.
Philip, thank you for checking in. Thanks for being a participant in the program. We return in 2 as we roll into a Friday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So they say time flies when you're having fun. Rolling toward top of the hour news update about 5 minutes away, and we'll be rolling into our final hour. Carolina Ghost Rider, what's happening this morning?
Well, sitting here listening, I had a thought, and such a difference in the quality of the show than what it used to be a couple years ago when it comes down to product night. There's a difference in a marketer and somebody that knows their product and is interested in, you get real answers about what you're looking for, and I really appreciate that with Chris.
Thank you.
But reason for my call is, do you have a grease, like, to put in your grease gun and grease up some fittings? I've looked online, but I didn't see it.
We do not have a grease yet. We've tested a lot. We do sell Primrose grease because that's always been one of the ones I've liked the most, and always thought it was the best. Their 327 armor plate. So we've been working with some, I don't want to say exotic chemistries, but we pulled some different additives in from some all over the world. And again, it's what I said earlier, there's so many people making grease. We don't want to be another Me Too company. So if we can't make something better, prove it's better, show it's like leaps and bounds, the best grease in the world, then we don't want to put our name on it. And that is a tall order for our team. They've been working on this for a long time, like several years now. And it was kind of like the gasoline additive where they kept bringing things, and it was hard. I call them mature markets. I'm sure there's a better business term, but some markets are really, well researched. Gasoline additive, there's so much of it sold that the companies really went all in and tried to do a good job with it. So there's a lot of good gas additives out there. Well, grease is the same way. There's a lot of good greases out there, just because it's such an important component. So trying to make something that's better than everything else has been a struggle. But as soon as we have it, we'll let you know about it. It'll be a big deal. We're on to some good stuff. We have a few things that outperform anything that I've ever seen before. Now we're just trying to dial it in and quantify it all, get the right base, the right filler. Grease, there's two components to grease. You've got your filler, and then you've got your additives and your oil. If you can imagine, taking flour and water, mixing them together to make a paste, that's kind of what we're doing with the grease. You're taking the filler component, and then you're taking oil with additives in it, which is similar to like a gear oil. Gear oils have EP additives in them. So you're taking that oil and you're mixing it in with something to make it, pasty. There's a lot of different options on that, like aluminum complex. Lithium is the most common. Everybody knows about lithium complex grease. That's like a soap, and it's in high supply. It's a really inexpensive thing to use. There's polyurea bases, there's bentonite bases. So we're trying to find the right base and the right additives and the right oil. I mean, it'll be a little bit before we get it all solved, but when we do, it'll be great.
Oh, well, your answer certainly complements my statement a while ago. So I do appreciate it. I placing an order, and we bought a camper, and thinking, well, I'd like to get some of that in the axles and different places, and getting ready to take it on a trip here at the 1st of November.
We carry the Primrose as a custom lubricant company out of Texas, and we carry their grease, their 327, on the Lubrication Specialties website, and we sell a lot of it. It's got a bentonite base, which I've always liked. It's a lot of people think it's old school by using it. It's kind of a clay, but what's special about it is it's a really small grain of clay, and what's unique about it is it's non-melt. So it doesn't matter how much heat you take, it just stays put. And the clay is like a little ball with holes in it. So as it heats up, it lets the oil and the additives out and lubricates, and then when it cools off, it sucks it back in. And it just lasts a lot longer. I've been happy with it. I've sold a lot of it. I've used a lot of it in our industrial areas, like brick kilns, semi trucks and everything else. The one drawback to it is it's not the most compatible grease with other greases. Most compatible grease is lithium grease. Lithiums can mix with anything, and you don't really have a problem. Polyureas are those ones that are real sticky like a gum. You've probably seen them before they put in between your fingers, just it feels real gummy-like. Those aren't very compatible with other greases, but they stay put for a long time. But just it's a tricky business, greases are. I hope if that helps. Try $327 on our website is good. It's a reasonably priced grease. It holds up. My experience has been 3 to 4 times longer than anything else we've been able to find. It's got outrageous claims as far as like how much Tim can load it can hold and that type of thing as far as like wear properties. So it's really been hard to beat on our side, but we're still trying.
Would it be okay in a marine environment?
Absolutely. It's almost waterproof. So when they rate the greases, they have waterproof, extremely water resistant, and then water resistant and not water resistant. So this is like extremely water resistant. It takes a long, long time to wash it out. The most waterproof one would be like your polyurea grease or an aluminum complex. Those are, they're waterproof. They just don't the water doesn't affect it. But the bad thing about them is they have adverse reactions with other greases. Not to get too long and boring on this, but normally when a grease doesn't mix well with something else, it either turns chunky, hard and crusty, or it gets real thin and runny like a gear oil. So the hard part with the polyureas is they get hardened. If they mix with lithium, they get hard.
Well, I appreciate the input, and personally, I like it when you go into the descriptions and things. I don't retain the information, but it's very interesting to hear. I'm getting a little too old for that. You need to come up with a product that'll help get over CRS.
There you go.
Can't remember.
Yeah. Well, Ghost Rider, thank you so much for chiming in. Have a great morning. We get our news break here, top of the hour news update. That would be. And I think Chris may have, I think his battery may have died or he lost cell, so he'll dial us back up during the news update here. Final hour just ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
President Biden making another pitch to get American workers vaccinated, visiting a factory in the Chicago area to promote his COVID-19 vaccine mandate. It applies to companies with 100 or more employees, and he does concede.
I know the vaccination requirements are tough medicine. Unpopular with some, politics for others, but they're life-saving.
The federal rule is pending, but some big companies have already gone ahead with vaccine requirements. Wall Street still rebounding after that deal was reached in the U.S. Senate today to extend the debt limit, and also there was some good economic news from the Labor Department about lower first-time jobless claims last week. And with tech stocks leading the way, all three indexes finished higher, the Dow gaining about 1%. The NASDAQ up 152 points to close at 14,654. This is USA Radio News.
You know, a lot of times you have to choose between something high quality or something that saves you money. But if you can get both, why not? Especially when it comes to healthcare. And that's MediShare. You get both. The typical family saves $500 a month switching to MediShare. And that's huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. It's because MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge PPO network. So yeah, really, you could save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. If you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number you need. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
They now say that spill off the coast of California may be significantly smaller than first estimated. They initially said about 126,000 gallons of crude oil spilled from a pipeline into the ocean. Then they scaled it up to about 144,000 as of Wednesday afternoon. But now, on Thursday, a local official said he heard it could be as little as 30,000 gallons. In any case, the cleanup continues, and it has devastated beaches nearby, with Huntington Beach beach still closed after dead birds and fish were washing up on shore. Meanwhile, in the wake of the disaster, there are new calls to end offshore oil extraction, and a student activist, Tabitha Turner with CalPERG, was at UC Irvine saying a massive spill back in 1969 is what spurred activists then to call for stronger environmental protections.
Let's make my generation the last to experience these devastating oil spills.
This is USA Radio News.
Lights out, everybody.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet.
Pleasant dreams.
The greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
A new study of interest to women published in the Journal of the American Heart Association today. 2 environmental factors, they say, may play a role in the increased risk of heart failure in women. That's what the study says, that prolonged exposure to road noise and to common air pollutants seem to have an impact on the heart's ability to pump blood, especially in women. A Fort Campbell soldier in Kentucky is being charged with murder. Sergeant First Class Joseph Santiago arrested last month. That was a day after his pregnant wife was found dead. Sergeant Santiago is also facing a charge for the injury of an unborn child. One of the biggest events of its kind, the New York Comic Con, is open. It's an in-person event this year at the Javits Center in New York City, and tens of thousands are expected to attend the 4-day Fan Fest before the weekend is over. There are pandemic rules in place, including the fact that you've got to show proof you were vaccinated, you've got to mask up, and you'll be subject to temperature checks. But most folks, reporters were talking to on day one, including this guy, said they didn't care as long as they were able to go in person this year.
This is such a great way to finally have things opening up. This is much missed here in New York.
Among those on hand live to shake hands and sign autographs, William Shatner and George Takei of the original Star Trek. And for USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
There we go, back for our final hour here on a Friday morning. Let me jump. I got an email from one of our listening friends just a few minutes ago. John says, I have a cable slide system on my RV. It's set up with a gearbox in the middle and the cables that work the slide-out system. Will the slide lubricant work on this type of system? People say they're prone to failure. I know you've actually got a product which is called the RV slide-out spray, correct?
Correct. And it's on our website, the RV slide-out. That's exactly what it's for, just what you just said.
I guess we don't talk enough about the sprays. A lot of folks always ask. You've got a spray and stay grease, which I'm guessing that's something maybe a little thicker than your typical, because you've got the Never Rust lubricant. What's the difference in the two?
The Never Rust is going to be a direct competitor to a product like a WD-40. It's made to be a thin, get inside everything and kind of break things free, but it held up 30 times longer than WD-40 and the salt spray test. So that's where they put the metal and they have a mist of salt spray on it, and then they time how long it takes before the metal starts to rust. So it protects a lot longer than the other products on the market, but it still penetrates really well and works in that way. The spray and stay and the RV slide are the same product. Those are it's made for something like a garage door, your RV slide, where you don't want it dripping down and ruining the finish of something.
Mm-hmm.
And again, the key here is less is more. I mean, I know it's hard to think that way because you're just, I'm just as bad as everybody else. I want to glob it all on there. But you really just, if you can, honestly, if you just think about, you really just need a thin coating. Like if you can imagine just putting it on there and then wiping a cloth over it, that's really what it should be. Everything else is not helping the situation. It's making it worse. It's collecting dirt and dust and, making it worse. But that's one of those things that's just hard to wrap your brain around.
Okay. But, all those products available at hotshotsecret.com. Okay. Next up, let me see. I'm not seeing the name. Somebody got a question for Chris.
Hello, Steve.
Hey
or
there.
should I call you the national treasure?
Oh, boy. Would that be? Is that the Grump?
Yeah, it's the Grump.
Hey, Grump, what's going on?
Yeah, I'm delivering early in this morning here, so I'm not my pleasant self. Hey, I got a couple questions here for Chris. Hey, buddy, how you doing, Chris?
I'm doing great, man. I'm great. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to do my winter order here for your. I love the anti-gel. I use a lot of that all winter long. That's my go-to of any kind of anti-gel. You guys seem to work the best. I'm getting a lot of. I'm thinking my injectors is kind of goofing up here. I'm getting a lot of black fuel going back into my Davco. Usually when that happens, I'm getting it's getting some exhaust carbon blowing by the O-rings into the back into the injector, back through the fuel returns. Any suggestions on that other than changing injectors?
No, tell me some more about that. I'm trying to get a picture.
Well, I got a Detroit, an 060 series, and they're dirty engines anyway. I've always ran Detroits for years and years and years, but usually when the injectors start screwing up on there, the seals and everything, the O-rings and everything on the bottom of the injectors and inside it's actually inside the injector. After it fires and it's coming up on the exhaust stroke, it has a tendency to push some of the exhaust carbon back through the injector. And that you'll always pick it up in the return line or in the return on the fuel. It'll turn your fuel black. And I'm getting a lot of that right now. The last time I had to, I was going to put a 6-pack of injectors in, and I had one that had, believe it or not, it had the old damn tip blew off on it. And it passed it through the exhaust and through the turbo and everything. Just, I guess it just pulverized it because it never did any damage. I pulled the inlet tubes off the turbo and looked at it. I didn't see anything wrong with the blades or anything like that. I never heard anything. So but when we pulled that injector, the whole end of that injector was gone.
Wow.
And
that's a bad day.
Yeah. That's I just put a new head on that right before that too, and I was kind of worried if it valve damage, but I put a scope in there and it didn't do anything to the valves or anything. So we looking pretty good like that, but just changed that one injector out. But 60 series injectors, that's a common problem, is pushing carbon back up through the injector. And I've used a lot of the go ahead.
Well, and that is an O-ring, right? That is blowing past an O-ring?
Well, yes, in the internal O-rings inside the injector itself. That shuts the fuel, the atomizer off when it does its squirt into the cylinder on the compression. When it's coming down on compression or going up on compression stroke and everything, getting ready to do the ignition. And as soon as it fires, it blows the damn cylinder back down and rotates back up to open the exhaust valve. Well, part of that carbon is coming back through the exhaust, back through the injector. And you can pull the injectors out and you can see, the tips of them are all full, and the screens, the fuel screens and everything, when you take the injector out, where the fuel journals are, around the inside of the injector, between the O-rings, you can see how it's blew back up into that injector itself and through the screen. So, the return, how it returns the fuel back into the tanks. Well, it'll blacken it up pretty good. But it's been a common problem with older Detroits in this type of injectors. So I don't know what to do with it. I mean, really, it's other than put injectors in it every 2 years.
We'll try a novel idea here, and we'll even get you a bottle of it to try and see if it works. What I would be interested to see is if you put some FR3 in the fuel, and this is my logic, because the esters are, esters by nature, they swell rubber seals up, not a lot, but just a little bit. So I would think that, it'd be worth a try to put 32 ounces of FR3 in there to see if they, not replenish, but just kind of like bring those seals up a little bit just to give them enough pressure against the walls to hold back that exhaust from coming in.
Right.
It would clean out too. I mean, it makes a really good cleaner, but on the other side of that is it might give it enough life to get another year out of it or something like that.
Yeah. Well, I'm open for anything. I mean, you're talking $5,000 for a set of injectors and have it put in and everything. Right now, parts are hard to find on these damn old Detroits. They're I wanted to go ahead and order a cylinder kit. Just go ahead and put the a pack of pistons and liners. Just have it available. And I talked to the shop and said, "Yeah, go ahead and order it for me. I'll just go out there and pick it up." And they said, "Well." Good news and bad news. We ordered it, and it's going to probably be 6 months before you get it.
Wow.
Oh, my.
That's how far we are out on parts and stuff. So, that's why I'm trying to Band-Aid these injectors together right now until, to make sure that we got them. Because, you might find one in Omaha, one in Texas or something like that, right now. That's just the way they're, the way they've been running. A lot of these companies that's doing a lot of the glider kits and everything are used to do a lot of them. They bought them up, and I was up at a shop in Waterloo, Iowa. I went in there, and they probably had 300 engines, Detroit 60 series engines just lined up on racks, complete engines, doing, $40,000 a piece for stock, just pull it in and they'll pull mine out and put that one in for $40,000. Damn, that's a lot of money. And they say, well, parts are hard to come by. I said, well, yeah, they're all sitting right here, So, I got a question on the oil on this thing. You can't really run any kind of synthetic. At least not none of the synthetics that's in the market. At the truck stops and stuff. These engines bleed a lot. I mean, they're loose anyway, and a synthetic on these old 60 series is not really a good idea. But I was looking at your black diamond oil, and the one thing that these things need is, especially in these type of engines, is a lot of zinc. I mean, a lot of zinc. I think a lot of the failures on a lot of these engines now, when I rebuild this one, I'm gonna boost up as much zinc as I possibly can on the break-in period on that. I mean, that's one of the most important parts, engines. Would that black diamond be anything good for that type of an engine, or is it?
It would, because it's got so much additive and it's made for like racing trucks and, older vehicles. But the Detroits have always burned a lot of oil. So I just don't know that that'd be a good value. What might be a better way to go is to get the TBN booster.
Yeah.
When we formulated TBN booster, we wanted to take the additive that we were making the black diamond with, and then we put the FR3 in with it, and then made a really robust additive that could, give you an extended drain interval, but it also would act as a kind of what you're trying to do, which is like super lubricate the inside of there to give you some extra anti-wear properties. So it'd be a lot less money. I mean, just use the oil that you're using and put, a couple of ounces in.
Right. Well, when I pulled the head off this thing back last December, it blew a head gasket on it, and I was kind of worried about it. I was worried whether it was just a defective head, which it was. It had a little crack in, between. It wasn't using any antifreeze or anything like that. It was just putting a little bit of pressure, air pressure, exhaust pressure back through the overflow, and it wasn't even bubbling. And you could just feel it come out the tube, and so I just happened to have my hand there and felt a little air hitting the back of my hand on the overflow tube, and so that kind of got me to thinking about, well, we pulled ahead and figuring all life, it was a blown head gasket. This on this head, I mic'd the liner protrusion and looked at the fire deck and all that. It was just beautiful. It just looked like it was just. Nothing was wrong with that. It was just perfect. So, the engine was put together quite well. I didn't do the engine, but the company that did, they did a really good job on it. But I'm trying to keep up on what's best for this engine. I want it to last as long as possible. I had the last Detroit that I had, and I had 1.6 million miles on it, and I was still running it in Alaska. Never did a thing to it. And this one here, I'm hoping will stay together for a while longer. But do you do oil analysis and everything now? Is that?
Yes, we do.
Y'all have
Yep, we have oil analysis in-house, and we have a third party do it for us, and you can get them, on our website or in our catalog. They're fairly reasonable, $20. And, the one thing we do is we go over them every day. So I try to go over them every day, and we have our R&D team look at them. If anything's out of place or anything jumps out, we call you. If you have any questions, we'll go over it with you, even if there isn't anything that's red flagged. But we try to, spend as much time on the phone with you and any follow-up tests that need to be done. So that, if you want to get an oil analysis, we can get that covered for you.
Good deal. I tested just about every oil change or every other oil change. I want to know what's going on with this engine, and so far I haven't seen any abnormal wear. The only thing I've had a problem with is getting the TBN to me. One of the outfits that we used out of Denver, they would say, well, TBN's not important. I said, not important to who? And he said, well, I wasn't going to stand there and argue with kids, that are doing these analysis. But anyway, I have a 10-speed in my Ford pickup truck. Sometimes it gets a little stupid on the shifting there. I don't know. I don't drive the truck. I bought it 3 years ago, and I put 6,000 miles on it in 3 years. My wife's car, we brand new 2 years ago, and it's got 942 miles on it. So,
wow.
We're boring as hell, man. We don't go a lot of places, but I'd like to do something with that 10-speed, to kind of, is that transmission stuff, would you recommend that in there on the shifting?
Oh yeah, the shift restore, that would do. Yeah. That's an amazing product. It's all synthetic. It's a special synthetic Group 5 ester. It's not the same ones that we're using in the FR3. But what we have found is that it not only cleans up any little microscopic stiction, because obviously it's not nearly that big in the transmission, but it kind of, the little oil molecules, the way they're made, because of the polarity, they kind of lay themselves out on all the surfaces, and they make everything glide a lot quicker. It also makes the additives, and this is, I don't want to state this as scientific fact because this is all theory at this point, but we also think it kind of pulls a lot of the additives back in, a lot of the oil back into play. And the reason that we think that, and I'll explain why in a second, but the oil temperature drops like 10 to 15 degrees within minutes of putting it in, which doesn't make sense from a thermodynamic standpoint because it's not, friction. It takes time to cool something down to make less wear. But I think that inside hydraulic systems or transmissions and things like that, a lot of the oil is sitting around on the sides, not really getting pulled into the system and circulated as easily. So if you have, maybe 80% of the oil doing, pumping through the system and the other 20% sitting around in little galleys and places hanging out, seems like this pulls it all in and makes it want to all move in unison. So it shows up everywhere. We've got really good results with it. It does make a shift a lot better. We've actually had transmissions that were not working before and then started working after we added it to it. So it's definitely making a huge influence inside there.
They recommend me running synthetic oil in this pickup truck, and I changed the oil. Last time I changed the oil, I noticed that I had some thickening of oil around the inside of a filter. I always check the filters and stuff, and I got to doing a little looking at this, and I was talking to a couple of people, a couple of good techs on these Coyote motors. It's got that big Coyote, in there. It's a high performance engine. And they were telling me that, I'm not running it at highway speed except once a year when I go to Columbia, Missouri for my VA appointments, for doctor's appointments and stuff like that. And that's about the only time it ever hits the highway, to build up any kind of heat or anything. They said that synthetics, go back to mineral oil on this, because the synthetic is not, I'm not heating it up enough to, I guess, on some synthetics, you get a little coagulation. Does that sound feasible to you?
That doesn't make sense. I'm not quite sure. Maybe there's something that I don't know about that. But normally the advantage of the synthetics are, that they have a smaller molecule first of all, but then they have a higher range of temperatures and operations. So you're, like an oil that's a synthetic might be a 5W30 or 5W40, where the equivalent in a mineral base would be, like a 20W30 or something like that. It just, the cold temperatures and hot temperatures are much wider, but usually the synthetics are recommended when you have really tight tolerances, because they'll get in those little nooks and crannies a lot better than the mineral-based oil will.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of what I was thinking. I was kind of, the way it looked to me, like it was just, I don't know. I didn't really think it was, anything that was thickening or coagulation. It just looked to me like it was just, how you'll get a little resin from oil from time to time. And I know they did go from, I bought the truck from actually the owner of the dealership. He gets one every year, and people kind of line up on his trucks, and I just happened to be there at the right time. I went in there to get my radio fixed on my car and wound up driving out there in a pickup truck. So fun day with the old lady. Anyway, that it was kind of interesting. I mean, just listening to them, but I've worked on vehicles, my entire life. I went to school for it. And I'd never heard of anything like that. I was kind of concerned about that. So I did look it up online, and they were talking about some of the higher performance engines that need to run a little hotter or whatever, and stuff. And these Coyotes, man, they're damn good engines. I mean, but they are, I don't know.
That's kind of what they used to say about that North Star engine in the Cadillac, my old Cadillac. That they said you got to get it out there on the highway and blow that thing out every time and again. But all right, Grump, sounds like you need a handful of products. So get online, hotshotsecret.com, and let me see if I can squeeze. Is it Shoney? Morning.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. I really haven't had a chance to look at the online. I've looked, but really not that much. But I'm looking for something to clean out the fuel injectors, and I saw a product that said something about every 6,000 miles or somewhere. Is that for the fuel or for the oil?
I'm not sure. So normally what we do is gasoline or diesel.
Gas.
Yeah. So normally the gasoline extreme, I'm not even sure that we've been able to dial in exactly how often you have to use it, but we're thinking it's about every third tank, and then the fuel economy starts to go back down. So normally we're seeing about 3 to 5% increase in fuel economy. And for whatever reason, it stays put. So one of the things that we're always trying to figure out, especially on the gas side of things, is how much of this increase in economy has come from cleaning things out, and how much of it's from chemically altering the fuel so it burns better. Because it's, could be the one. And we've noticed that with the gasoline extreme, we get a 3 to 5% increase, sometimes 7-8% increase in fuel economy. And then by the second tank, you're still getting it. The third tank, it starts to go away. So we were saying like on the fourth tank, retreat. So I'm not sure if that's what you were looking at, or the FR3. That goes in the engine oil, but we recommend that for every oil change, just because it reduces the wear. I know it's crazy to think about this, but FR3 is really reasonable to use, especially on a gasoline engine. And if we're cutting down the wear by 50%, which is what we've seen in the lab, then that means your engine's going to last about twice as long. So,
that's what I had. I'm not a mechanic, and I took it was my daughter's car. I took it to the mechanic for the oil change, and I asked him about it. He said, "Oh yeah, he uses it on the diesel. He's got a diesel truck, and he uses it on diesel." So I told him to put it in there when he does the oil change. But my daughter had to take her car to the shop for a recall and to the dealership, and they said something about the fuel injectors need to be cleaned out. So if you use that every so often, every couple of fuel tanks, will that clean the fuel injectors?
Yes, and you won't have to do their system. That's correct.
Okay.
So I think what they're trying to do is hook up a system where they're recirculating gasoline through them, and it's usually fairly expensive.
I don't deal with dealerships because of that reason.
Yeah, now this will clean it out. I mean, use it every 3 to 4 tanks, and it's going to be as clean as can possibly be.
Oh, okay. All right, that's what I needed to find out. Like I said, lately I've been running my rear end off for 6 days a week. And when I get home, I'm about half dead, and look at the internet because I needed to get some stuff, and I just kind of real quick, and that's why I was a little confused. I heard you talk to somebody earlier about the fuel extreme, and that's why I want to make sure. All right, I appreciate the info.
All right,
this weekend I'm hoping to have a 3-day weekend. I'm going to try to sit down, relax, and look at a lot of that stuff.
Remember, hotshotsecret.com and use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout there and get your 10% discount, Jody.
When I first looked at that, I went on the internet and it asked me if I wanted I think it was a letter or something you put out so often. Well, they've been sending me text messages every day. We haven't got your order yet.
There you go.
So this weekend I'll answer the text and get an order in. I do appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Shoney. There you go. We get our final news break in here on a Friday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
The U.S. House now saying the vote will come this upcoming Tuesday on the bill to extend the debt limit into December, and it's expected to pass the House. The Senate was able to approve that legislation on Thursday. One thing's for sure, once the House passes the bill as it's expected to do, it will go to President Biden for his signature right away. That legislation is something that former President Trump urged Republicans to reject. In an emailed statement, he told the GOP not to vote for the deal reached by their Republican leader in the Senate, Mitch McConnell.
The Republican Senate needs new leadership. I've been saying it for a long time. Mitch is not the guy. He's not the right guy. He's not doing the job.
President Biden ordering the reestablishment of protections for several national monuments that had been scaled back under the Trump administration. And this is USA Radio News.
Hello, folks. J.P. Hoffman here, founder of the Liberty Projects. Every year, iconic symbols of American freedom, the veteran and wild Mustang, needlessly die. Wild Mustangs are auctioned off and disappear. Veterans are denied, forgotten, and rejected. But the Liberty Projects is changing this. At our ranch, we unite veterans and horses, where they learn practical skills while addressing anxiety, fear, and helplessness. As veterans ourselves, we understand the red tape vets and their loved ones face. So now, our trained Mustangs go into service work, and our veterans, well, they learn a new skill. We know horses cannot ask for help, and many vets just won't. So get involved today. Go to vetsandhorses.com, that's vetsandhorses.com, to donate or volunteer your time. America, We love our vets and horses, and we know you will too. Go to vetsandhorses.com today.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, I got an email from there's Truck and Phil joining us as he typically does this early morning. Every morning. Morning, Steve and Chris and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. First, thanks for all you do, keeping Steve on the air. Happy Friday, coffee up, ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan, and make that flip back to Fort Wayne. Only 78 days till Christmas. Yeah, just what we needed to know. Thanks, Truck and Phil. Tater says, hey, Steve, one more quick thought. One thing I hope Chris understands, having a guy like Big Moose promoting his products really says a lot. Moose has been an independent owner-operator literally longer than I've been alive. He is well known in the industry as a no-nonsense, hard-ass businessman. There have been many a broker and mechanic and agent who have felt the wrath of trying to pull one over on the Moose. He knows the business, and he's always got the small business trucker in mind. And when he says, buy this and use this, it works and it'll save you money. Yeah, there's a bunch of us out here that do it. Now, he's the first guy in line to help any one of us. And when it comes to trucking, if he told me to paint the truck pink and knock the headlights out, I'd do it. There's only one way to get that much wisdom, and that is living it. No offense to the organization, but the reason I'll be using the products and staying loyal to the brand is because of Moose. As big of a tightwad he is, if he's buying it, I should buy it too. So thank you much, Tater. Thank you. That's quite the compliment. And yeah, Moose has been around.
I did not know that about Big Moose.
He's seen a lot over the years.
We need to put his picture on the bottle.
Oh boy, so a picture of the Moose on the bottle of Slickum, right?
You know what? We might just do that, just for fun. I don't know if it'll stay for long, but at least it'll be introduced that way.
That'd be great. Let's see. I had a question. Steve, does the first-time caller code that they text ever expire, or is it good till you use it? I don't honestly know the answer to that. I'm assuming if they text out a code like that, it's a good for one-time use until you use it, I'm guessing, right?
That would be my guess, but I am not the IT expert. That would be our guy Levi, and I could tell you that next time. But I'm pretty sure it's probably good forever. If not, just let us know. We'll get you a new one.
Yep. No one's ever said anything to me about any sort of expiration on them, so I'll just assume that. Okay, let's get back to the calls here. What do we got? There would be Gilligan online. Hello, Gilligan.
Good morning, Steve. Morning, Chris. Glad to speak to you again. Yeah, well, I'm glad to hear Knuckle Buster called in. I was afraid I was going to have to do another one of my Knuckle Buster impersonations since we ain't been getting our bloody this week. Chris, I spoke to you about what last time you was on about putting the stiction limitator and the fuel treatment in my old pickup. I'll tell you what, in the last month, it's running as good as it did the day I bought it 10 years ago. It's got the 4.6 V8 in it. It's Ford F-150. And I'm really satisfied with it. I want to just give a compliment on your products. I'm amazed at how much better that truck is running. Now, if you could come up with something to fix the rust holes in it, that would really help too, but don't think we'd spray anything for them. So I've got an antique gun collection, and I'm about ready to pull everything out of the safe and give them a good cleaning. I do that about twice a year. I'm definitely interested in your gun holes, so I'll be ordering that off the site pretty soon myself. So yeah. But I just wanted to call in and give you an update on my poor old worn-out truck. I have a feeling this keeps on. Definitely the motor is going to outrun. I'm going to last the body because it's seen its better days. It's getting pretty bad in the rust bin, but that's how it is. All right.
Well, thank you. I sure do. I appreciate that. I love hearing the testimonials. Sometimes you're working, like you guys know, you're always working with all the problems that are in front of you. You don't necessarily see the forest for the trees because you're trying to put all the fires out. So I always look forward to this one time a month. I get to hear all the good stuff. It kind of focuses it back in for me.
Thank you so much, Gilligan. I got a follow-up email from Grump. He said, Steve, I've got a rather large order, several $100s worth of product, but I was going to ask Chris when the red antifreeze will be available because I'm needing a case of that also. Any idea?
It'll be available. If it's not on the website, send me an add-on email, and we'll make sure that we set some aside for you. We have it. It's just that it's been selling so fast that we had to take it off the website because the truckload customers are buying it like as fast as we can make it.
Really?
So they didn't want to. Yeah, but the Hot Shot Secret folks here, this is like, you guys are special. So we'll make sure your order takes priority and you get your order.
Very good. All right. So I thought antifreeze, I thought this day and age that everything was like, is it like one size fits all? I mean, because you used to have the green, then you had the red, then you had that crazy GM had their own special kind. I mean, is there still different kinds, or is it one size fits all?
No, there's two basic kinds. I mean, one, the basic green, yellow antifreeze that we're used to, it will break down after about 100 to 150,000 miles, and what it leaves behind is a salt. So if you have an old antifreeze and you look in there and you see that crusty stuff built up around there, it's actually a salt. That's the one kind, and the second kind is what they call a polymer, and there's no salt in it, so the polymer can last from they say 1 million miles. We say it's a 750,000. But the biggest difference is that the additive package that we blend it with. If it's going into a 750, then we use the polymer, and then the other one we'll use the regular cheaper additive. It's just less expensive. Then as far as the reds go and all that, I mean, it's just the additive and coloring. I mean, all the colors are added. I mean, none of them are natural. So before it goes out, we'll put, red, yellow, blue, whatever we need. But we match the ASTM spec and we put the right additive in, then put the color in to make it match. And that's about it.
Okay. Very good. The screen says high pressure. Is that the handle?
Yes, sir. Hey, Steve, long-time listener, finally dialed you up for the first time.
How about that?
Before I forget, Chris, you were talking about figuring out a bottle to put down a fuel tank, a gas tank.
Yes.
One thing that ran through my mind, I don't know if maybe you guys have tried it. The top of your bottle, you have internal threads, but then however long you said the spout has to be 6 inches, you have that spout a little longer, and then down there, it unscrews with external threads, and there's your foil you pull off. Then you screw it back on and pour it down a tank.
So you're talking like a 3-inch deep cap where the threads are going to be way down the neck so they wouldn't get caught. Is that what you're saying?
Well, the top of the spout, you'll have your internal threaded cap to keep the spout closed, and then the bottom of the spout, where you have your stuff in your bottle, the spout actually unscrews with external threads, and then you can pull your foil off, screw your spout back on, and then pour it down your gas tank.
So like a 2-piece bottle.
Two-piece bottle.
Yeah, we've looked at that, and that's an option. I mean, it's the hard part there comes in the packaging. Like, how do you get them all to stay together while you ship them and put them on the shelf? But I mean, we may end up doing something like that because we're running out of options. But it's a tricky one.
Where the spout screws back together, just run like a piece of clear tape around it to keep it together.
Then they can unscrew it and pull the foil off and then screw it back on. I'll check it out. That could work. I got to write it down on my master list here.
I'm using up my stock of stuff from Steve's former sponsor. Now I want to look into Hot Shots. I'm used to using the other companies. It's called the Hyper Lubricant. What would I look into? Would be the friction reducer. I put it in everything oil.
Yeah, so that would be our FR3. And you guys could say motor coat. That's not a bad word. I mean, they're not evil people or anything. So we approach the problem at a different angle with the FR3 as opposed to the motor coat. Where what we're trying to do is develop something that reduces wear at a much higher rate. So the difference would be, 50% reduction in wear. We're also going to make everything really slippery inside there, and we're going to increase the oxidation stability of the oil. In their case, the one drawback to what they're doing is it does make the oil more slippery, but it also makes the oil oxidize faster. So I'm trying to think of how to say this, like to put it in word pictures. Like if I was in a race car it would work fine because I'd be changing the oil right after. If I wanted to have like an extended drain, then that would be a downfall because eventually the oil, if the oil is going to start to oxidize at 5,000 miles, with that product, it's going to happen at 3,000. So we're the opposite. Ours wouldn't oxidize until 7,000 or 8,000, just because the nanocarbons seem to increase the oxidation stability of the hydrocarbon itself. Hopefully that makes sense. I don't know.
Yeah. Now, what was the name of that spray? I heard you talking earlier today. You said you can spray down your garage doors and it does not drip.
Yeah, that's our spray and stay grease or the RV slide lube. And if you go on our website, look for like the RV slide lube. And Steve, he's a first time caller. So does he get like a coupon or something?
I've got the number here. Yes, sir. It's written down. High pressure. I got your number. I'm going to get you a coupon code. Absolutely.
Yeah. So if it's a spray and stay grease, spray grease, or the RV slide lube, slide out lubricant, that's what you want. And that it comes out in like a special patented applicator that it mixes the oil and the grease together and the propellant, and it does not drip. So it's a really good product. And again, remember, less is more in this case. You don't really need a whole bunch to glob up on there. You just want enough, so there's a nice thin film.
Okay. Then wanted to ask you your opinion. I got a 2018 Ford F-150, and you'll see how much I drive it. It's only got about 10,000 miles on it. Because I'm always driving a semi, but I changed the oil in that, but basically once every 6 months. Just so am I wasting my time? I've just always had in my mind that if it's sitting there that long, fresh is better. Is that right or wrong?
No, that's right. So one of the things that happens, oil is supposed to clean, cool, and protect. But one of the things that happens is once you start the combustion process, you start to create acid. The acid is what turns the oil eventually. And, you're not wearing out the viscosity improvers, you're not wearing out the additive package, but you are probably starting to gain some acid in there, which is just sitting in the truck. On a diesel engine, that's 10 times worse than a gas engine, not literally 10 times, but just to make it understandable, diesels produce a lot more acid, which is why you see that oil turn black so quickly. The gas doesn't so much. If it were me, I would probably go ahead and switch over to our PAO synthetic and just leave it in there and don't worry about it. Just because there's so much detergent in there and it's not going to break down. Or I would probably put a couple of ounces of TBM booster in there to boost up that part of it. And then that way you could leave it sit probably for a year and it would be fine. But changing it, every 6 months would be the right protocol. Like from a tribology standpoint, that would be the right answer.
Okay, because every time I change it, I always put in some of that hyper lubricant. But that answered all my questions, and always listen to the show every night. And first time got the call. I comment every now and then on that YouTube page. Running out of Fort Wayne, hauling flowers so y'all can have your Oreos.
I've seen that. Yes, sir. All right. Well, I'll be watching it'll come in a text message. We'll get your coupon code that you'll use at thehotshotsecret.com. Thank you very much. Not a whole lot of time left here. Let me squeeze Larry in. Morning, Larry.
Hey, good morning. How you doing this morning, guys?
Good.
Hey, I talked to Chris about, I think it was the first time he was on your show. I had that Kia that was using oil, and he told me to put the sticks and eliminator in it. And I've done it twice now, and I think it's helped it. And I was wondering how often could I do it? I guess
you can do it every oil change, and you could probably switch over to the FR3 and then use half as much. It'd be a little bit more economical. You don't need all that detergent in there. The FR3, I mean, you probably cleaned up. Did you use the gasoline extreme with it?
Yep. Yeah, I did. And I'm out of everything now. I got some FR3 yet, but
if it was my car, and I've got cars that burn oil, I would go with gasoline extreme and FR3 together. And the reason is, for everybody else, it's like one is cleaning up the bottom side of the ring. That's in the oil side. The other one's cleaning up the top side of the ring. And what I'm hoping happens, or the hope would be, that we can free up all the carbon that's keeping those rings from springing out and sealing up that combustion chamber. So what happens is you get carbon deposits on the top and on the bottom, and the blow by allows the oil to get up into the combustion chamber, then burn. So if we can clean up both sides of it, then you get a win.
Okay, so do you think just go with the FR3 this time then?
FR3 and gasoline extremes. You got to clean up both sides of it. Yep.
Okay, all right, I'll give that a whirl. And your RV spray does work great.
Hey, that's what we like to hear.
So yeah, I got my RV in the slide. One slide wasn't working worth a darn, and I finally used that one, and it works.
There you go.
Guys, have a good night. Maybe you can get one more call in.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think we can do that. All right. So, yeah, Chris, we're up to the end of the line, right? Big Moose said, tell that caller, give him a dose of Slickum. for Larry.
All right.
Give it a dose of Slickum. All right. Well, Chris, it's been a fast 5 hours for me. I don't know about you, but yeah, we had a couple callers left we missed out on, but maybe next time around you'll be back with us tentatively on the 5th of November. That's first Friday in November.
That could be problematic.
That's
the week of...
Is that the week of the SEMA show?
Well, it's the week of the SEMA. So I will be working the SEMA show, but I'm trying to think of how that would work because we'll be 3 hours behind you. So maybe I'll see what I can do.
We can always.
When I'm in Las Vegas, I'm staying up all night anyway.
Well, that's and of course technically we'd be from like 9 p.m. till 2 a.m. for you that your time wise, but you're supposed to be enjoying yourself in the evening when you're in Las Vegas, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's always a good time.
Yeah,
I mean I love Las Vegas. All right, so if not, we'll do it the week after.
Okay. All right, fair enough. We'll just play it by ear. Well,
or you can come to Vegas and do the show from Las Vegas.
Okay, let's get that worked out. Princess would have to come with me, though. She wants to go to Vegas. So.
Well, absolutely. I'll see if I can get you both a ticket.
All righty. Well, thank you so much, Chris, for all you do, and we'll chat with you here in short order. I think I'm going to give you a ring here in a few minutes, all right?
Okay, sounds great, buddy. We'll talk to you in a little bit.
And everyone out there, thank you so much for being a part of the program, supporting the sponsor, HotShotSecret.com. Yeah, place your orders, use that coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. See you Sunday night into Monday morning next week, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go.